4. That will be our lesson for today. And we are going to pay attention to the macronutrients and that of the micronutrient that we get them from our food that we eat. So that will be our objective for today. So first of all, I'm going to focus on the unit 3, which is going to talk about the macronutrient. The macronutrient needed by our body. And today's lessons, I think most of the things I'm going to talk about are very basic. They are very basic things that we've learned since our education, that is from our basic school to secondary school and probably throughout our tertiary education that we've gotten. So today, most of the things are just something basic. So I think your contribution is welcome. Your contribution is welcome for today's class. Today, I think I'm expecting you people to do a lot of the contribution for today. All right. So by the end of the objective for unit 3, you should be able to define what nutrients are. You are also supposed to classify nutrients based on the amount needed by the body. Then explain reason why some nutrients are classified as essential over the others. Very, very important. And also identify some of the characteristics of essential nutrients and identify the macronutrient that is needed by the body. And you are supposed to list the sources of each of the macronutrients that we are coming to talk about. So that will be another area that you should pay much attention. Aside, we trying to learn all the aspects of the macronutrient, we should be able to identify various food. Because if you are trying to advise somebody to take a specific nutrient that is good for the person, your work is to list the source of food that the person is going to get those nutrients from, not just telling the person about the nutrient. Aside you trying to educate the person about the nutrient, you should be able to pinpoint the specific food item that contains those nutrients that the person is required to take. So you should be mindful of that and know how best you can explain those specific points to the person who needs that particular nutrients. All right. So that is our objectives. Then also, aside telling the person the specific food item that contains those nutrients, we should be able to explain the main function of those nutrients to the people. So with this, we will talk about the main functions of the macronutrients. Okay. We are supposed to identify some disease condition, that is the deficiency diseases, and also the toxicity of each of the macronutrients. So when you consume the food in excess or in limited quantity, or this nutrient, when you don't get them in the actual quantity and they are over, when you take them over, there's a problem, and when they are less, there's also a problem. That is where we spoke about the deficiency disease. That is when you don't take those nutrients, you are going to suffer from some of the deficiency disease condition. And when you take them in excess, that is where the toxicity comes in. When it becomes excess and it reaches the toxicity level, probably you may also find yourself in certain type of disease condition that we should be mindful of. So when we talk of macronutrient, what comes to mind? Macronutrient. Macronutrient. Yes, class. Macronutrient. When we talk about macronutrient, what comes to mind? Macronutrient. Macro, the one with the A. Yes, macronutrients. Anyone with the explanation or definition for us? Macronutrient. Yes, Afia, you can talk.
So please, I think they are the nutrients our body needs in large amounts.
Okay. So the macronutrients are basically the nutrients that our body needs in a large amount or in a large quantity. Okay, so basically that is what macronutrients are. So with this particular nutrient, you are supposed to consume them in a higher quantity as compared to the micronutrient that we will be talking about in our next unit or chapter. So that is what we need to have it in mind, that there are certain nutrients that our body need them in a higher quantity, and that is what we term as macronutrient. Can we name the examples of them? Can we give them, or can we name the example of macronutrient? Yeah, Anita.
Say carbohydrates, protein, and fat and oil.
Okay, so we have basically there are three of them. We have carbohydrates, we have protein, and we also have fat and oil. These are the macronutrients that our body needs them in a higher quantity. So before I proceed to talk about them, let me show you how our body, the quantities or the amount of energy that we derive from this particular macronutrient. So we've made mention of carbohydrates. We've made mention of protein. And we've made mention of fat and oil. These are the key indicators I want you to get from this. When you consume 1 gram of carbohydrates, your body, or it is going to give 4 kilocalories of energy. When you consume 1 gram of protein, it is also going to give you 4 kilocalories of energy. Then when you consume 1 gram of fat, it's going to give you 9 kilocalories of energy. But I hope you've heard what I've said now. 1 gram of carbohydrate will give you 4 kilocalories of energy. 1 gram of protein will give you 4 kilocalories of energy. And 1 gram of fat and oil will give you 9 kilocalories of energy. So this particular explanation clearly tells you that when you consume 1 gram of fat, it is more than consuming 2 grams of either protein or carbohydrates. That is why we keep on saying a lot about fats, that when you take small amount of fats, the energy value that it gives to your body is very much. It's very much. You can see it is more than twice, because twice when you take 2 grams of carbohydrate or protein, it gives you 8, but only 1 gram of fat and oil gives you 9 kilocalories. Please, do you understand this point? Do you understand this point?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
So basically, this is what I want to do. Cynthia.
Sir. Sorry.
Cynthia.
Sir, please, this was a mistake. Sorry.
All right. So basically, this is what. Please put off your microphone. Mute yourself, please. So basically, this is what we are trying to say, that when you consume 1 gram of carbohydrates, the energy that your body gets is 4. When you consume protein, 1 gram, your body also gets 4. But when you consume fat and oil, 1 gram of it, your body gets 9. So it is very, very important for us to measure the amount of fat and oil that we mostly consume, because a little of them that you consume can provide a lot of energy. And energy value of food is mostly measured in either calories or kilocalories. That is why the unit that are attached to the energy value of the food is kilocalories. So either we measure them in calories or we measure them in kilocalories. So this is what you need to know under this. Then with the macronutrients, we will start from carbohydrates. Then that is the first one that we made mention, carbohydrate. And we say that carbohydrate is made up of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So these are the components of carbohydrate. Anytime carbohydrate is being mentioned, this is the kind of element that they contain. This is what they contain. So they contain some amount of carbon. They also contain some amount of hydrogen, and they contain some amount of oxygen. And I think if you look at this component of most of the nutrients, they are common. They are common with the exception of that of protein. So when we are talking about protein, you see that protein is having nitrogen. That is the difference that exists between them when you look at the component of them. You see that they are the main source of energy for the brain. So what you need to understand is, aside the brain, the body normally prefer to use carbohydrate as a source of energy, or the body wish that all the energy source will come from carbohydrates. But there will be an instances whereby you may not eat when you wake up in the morning up to certain time. This day, sometime we might not eat early, or there may be an instances whereby your body will distance itself from food item. In the case of a fasting person, your body will rather rely on the stored fat to provide energy. There are instances that your body can even use your protein stores to also still provide energy. But when it comes to the brain mostly rely on carbohydrate as a source of energy, and there are reasons to that. There are reasons, probably maybe in the course of the presentation, I'll mention one or two things. So when you consume carbohydrates and your body uses the amount that it wants, the rest are stored. So most of our carbohydrates are stored in our liver. They are stored in our liver and also in our muscles. Today, this area that I'm trying to teach, you need to pay much attention to them, because these are some of the areas you might be quizzed or you might be examined on it. So when you consume an excess carbohydrates, your body uses some amount of carbohydrate. Immediately, carbohydrate is introduced into your system and digestion occurs. It turns to glucose, and the glucose will move into within your villi. Villi is your small intestine. The projection in your small intestines are called villi. So all the glucose will pass through the villi and enter your bloodstream. Immediately you get to your bloodstream, it will trigger the release of a hormone called insulin. I think you've heard of this insulin over and over again. People with diabetes, we keep on talking about insulin. It will trigger the release of insulin, and this insulin will facilitate the absorption of this glucose into your cells that need them. So probably your brain may need them. So insulin will help your brain to take the one that you need. Your leg may need them. Your insulin will help them to take, depending on the kind of activity that you involve yourself. When all your body cells have taken all this kind of carbohydrate and there are still excess carbohydrate, then your body will start to store carbohydrates in your body. And from our basic science, we are told that animals source excess carbohydrate in the form of glycogen. If you remember your basic science, today I'm taking you back to your basic science classroom. Glycogen. Then plants stores their carbohydrates in the form of what? Yes, class. Carbohydrates in human beings are stored in the form of glycogen. Out of in plants. How does plant stores its carbohydrates? Yes, any other person here? Yes, who is willing to tell us? Don't
Please,
you have
is it
science teachers here?
glucose?
No, glucose is a basic unit of carbohydrate. When your carbohydrate break down, when your body breaks down carbohydrate, the end product is glucose. And it's the glucose that will be excess glucose will be converted to glycogen and stored in animals. What about in plants? In plant also store glucose, but they stored it in the form of what? That is what I'm asking.
Sir.
Sir, please, is it starch?
Starch.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. You're also asking me a question. Are you answering or you're asking me a question?
Sir, starch.
So it's starch. So plant stores its glucose or its carbohydrate or its energy in the form of starch. And that is for our basic science. Stores it in the form of starch. So if you remember, when you were learning photosynthesis in school, you were told that when you are testing for photosynthesis, you test for starch. Well, photosynthesis, that is when plant uses the sunlight, the sunlight, the energy from the sunlight that we call the chlorophyll plus carbon dioxide and water to produce their own energy. And their own energy that they produce, they store them in the form of starch. So if you want to find out whether photosynthesis has occurred in a particular plant, you test for starch. When you test for the starch and you are able to get that, is it blue-black color that we've been testing for, it tells you that photosynthesis has occurred because there's a presence of starch. So if you want to test for the storage of, the storage of carbohydrates in animals, you cannot test for starch because animals don't store carbohydrates in the form of starch. We rather store them in the form of glycogen. So that is the basic thing that you should have it in mind. That when there is an excess glucose in our system, the body will automatically convert it to glycogen and store it. And the major site for storage of carbohydrate is the liver and that of the muscles. The liver mostly use the energy, the glycogen that is stored there to monitor the blood glucose level. So when you have not eaten, probably at this time, you've not eaten around up to 12 o'clock and your blood glucose try to go down, automatically there is an enzyme aside the insulin. There is an alternative enzyme or hormone that we call them glucagons. There's an hormone called glucagons, and so when you have not eaten and your blood glucose go down, your body will release that particular hormone called the glucagon to convert the glycogen that is stored in your liver to glucose. When it's converted to glucose, then it will raise your sugar level. Because remember, when your sugar level go below certain threshold, you go to a certain state that we call the hypoglycemia. That is mean that you have a low glucose level. And when that happens, it can kill you. When people go for hypo, the nurses will tell you that someone has gone to hypo. When you go to hypo, you can die. It is a hyper. When you have diabetes or your sugar level is high, we call that one hyper. But when you go below that certain threshold that we are looking for, it becomes hypo. So when your body detects that your blood glucose level has gone down, then it will release an hormone called the glucagon to convert the storage glycogen into free glucose so that the glucose can raise your sugar level for you to perform your normal function. So that is what you need to know. And mostly, the glucose that is stored in the liver is mostly not used for energy, but it's rather used to monitor your blood glucose level. But rather, the one that is stored in our muscles are mostly used for energy. And there's a reason why glucose is mostly stored in our muscles, because most of the activity that we do, we use our muscles to perform it. When you want to carry loads, you want to perform football, you want to play football, but those who want to the gym. So most of the thing, the muscles is where the contraction occurs. It is where mostly the contraction occurs. So that is the few thing that I want you to remember when it comes to that. Today, I think I'm going into more science, but you should bear with me. It's something that you need to understand and see how things work within our system. Then when your body stores all these glucose and there is a time for you to break them down, the ones in your liver will be used to monitor your blood glucose level, and some of them will be used to as a main source of energy to your brain. That is what I'm trying to explain. Your brain doesn't mostly like using fat as a source of energy, because when it uses fat, the breakdown of fats produces what certain substances that we call ketones. You know, you've heard about this before. There are people who tell you that I'm on ketone diet. I'm on ketone diet. Too much fat and protein breakdown will produce certain substances that we call ketones, and these ketones are not healthy for your brains. It is not healthy for your brain. So there may be an instance whereby your brain may use energy from fat source, all right, but because of the production of ketones, too much ketones in your blood, in your blood, can disturb the function of your brain. So that is the main reason why your brain doesn't want to use fat or protein as a source of energy, because of the production of ketones. So put that one in mind. Yeah, Deborah.
Sir, please, for the ketone diet, please, people normally use it to reduce their weight. And is it good?
Yes. It has a lot of disadvantage that we need to look out for. Those people with keto diet, because they want to reduce weight, they try to cut down their carbohydrate and their fat intake. And we know that to gain weight is mostly contributed by carbohydrate and our fat. So these people try to solely rely on protein as a source of energy. It might be good, you can use it to reduce your weight, but it has a lot of impact on your brain functioning. So we don't advise people to basically use that particular ketone system to reduce weight. If you want to reduce weight, you will find a way to reduce the amount of calorie that you consume, and also put you on a physical activity to help you reduce weight. But doing it in a ketone way is somehow very dangerous for our system, because your body needs a carbohydrate. Your body also needs the fats. Just that you need to moderate the amount or the quantity that you consume. All right. Are you okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me continue. So I have informed you.
Sir, please, can you throw more light on that? What you just said about the ketones and that
Yeah, I don't have light at home. I don't have light at home, so I can't throw more light.
Sir, please, can you please explain that again for me?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, when you hear that people are on ketone diets, what they are basically doing is they are trying to cut their fat and carbohydrate intake and rely solely on protein intake. And we know that protein can also provide energy for our body. So what I made mention of, your brains basically want to use glucose as a basic source of energy. So once you are not consuming any form of glucose food or any form of carbohydrate food, it means that your body is going to rely on the protein that you have been taking and convert it into glucose for your body to use it. But the problem that these people are going to have is, there are instances whereby your brain doesn't want energy from any other source aside carbohydrate, preferably. That is what we are saying. We are not saying it cannot use it. It can use it, but it always have a difficulty in using that particular one. So what you are saying is, when your brain take a lot of energy from the other sources, that is the fat and that of the protein. Because remember, your basic science told you that aside carbohydrate, protein and fat can also provide our body with energy. So when that one happens, your body produces a substance called ketones. So at your feet, you can type the effect of ketones on our brain. You read a lot about it. So when these ketones are produced, they cause a lot of problem to your brains. That is why your brain doesn't want it. So people who are relying on ketones or relying on only ketone diet, or people who are on ketone diets and they are trying to reduce weight, you can achieve the weight loss all right. But at the end of the day, you are going to have some effects of your. You are going to have some effect of these ketones on your brain. That is what basically I'm saying. Are you good? Are you good?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Francisca,
Good morning, sir.
good morning.
Please, sir, there's what you're saying. There's a guy in our school. He
Mm,
he used to be very pumpy. That was
mm,
last 2 terms, begin last 2 terms. But during the course, he was becoming slim. When he comes to school, he doesn't wear slippers or any shoe. Sometimes even the shoe can be in his armpit. I don't know. So now he has grown very, very lean. Very, very lean to the extent that the first time I even saw him, I was thinking that he was not the one when school reopened. And I asked him why. And he was just laughing. So later on that someone told me that he said he doesn't take, he's no longer taking carbo, but only protein and then coconut water. Does it mean that what you're saying is having effects on the brain? Because I see that he's getting mad. The way he
don't
behaves.
diagnose somebody of madness on my platform. Don't diagnose somebody of madness on my platform. I beg you.
He has become very lame. And his head alone, now if you see him, it's only his head that you can see. He took only coconut water, egg, and then fish. Even but he doesn't take. So does it mean that it's having effect on the brain?
Yes, I cannot specifically say that it is a ketone diet that is giving him probably this effect. The thing that you are saying, it is more of mental issues, and I think I'm not a mental nurse or a mental doctor, so probably I can't speak to that.
But
But what I can speak to, yes.
What I saw, it was even last time that his head called him to tell him that if he doesn't wear shoe to school, he won't allow him to sign. And then the sister also came in. It was even during, this time, every morning it will be raining. You see this guy with the barefoot walking to school. Before you get to school, no, sir. I said, I see him that he's mad. That's what I'm saying.
I understand the point. I understand. I just want to disturb you. All right. So basically, what I can say is that it has a lot of effect on your brain. That one, most of the research has established that a lot of ketone diet. Ketone diets mostly just rely on proteins and fat to produce this form of energy to your body, and it has a lot of effect on your brain. So probably there may be an effect to that, but to just specifically say that that is the only cause of your friend issue, probably that one I may be wrong, because before we can say that we should subject him to some scientific tests before we can conclude on that. So that is what I can say. So you continue advising him. Once you are maybe it's just a maybe what are you saying?
I had wanted to say that you should please counsel him and advise him or take him to the clinic for some screening.
Someone is now attending at the graduate church and you are disturbing him to put on slippers.
Oh, sir, right. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the.
Okay, so you can give him an advice on that. You can tell him probably no matter how you want to cut down or you want to reduce weight, at least your carbohydrates. Because if you look at, I think we will talk about that. Your body need about 45 to 60% of your food, your energy from carbohydrates. So when you are eating, you are expecting carbohydrate to be more. we are expecting you to get almost 45 to 60% of your energy should come from carbohydrate. Then protein will take around 10 to 30, and fat too is around 20 to 30%. So we do all this calculation for you too. So you cannot decide that, oh, because I want to reduce, well, let me do away with my carbohydrates and focus on fat and proteins alone. What your carbohydrate will do for your body, fat can do it, but they will do it with an effect. It will give you a specific effect that you should be mindful of. So you can conclude on that. Yes, my favorite name, Gloria.
Sir, so with the fats in a way of losing weight, can you take the 45 of the carbohydrates and then the 30% of the protein and then decide to ignore the fat since there's already fat in the system? So the system can use that fat, or
No, you will get there. When we are talking about it, I will answer you. No matter how fat your system, or no matter how you think your system has stored fat, we will still need some from our diet. So we will do those calculations. I think there's a calculation that we will work on this. So you just let's exercise patience.
Okay.
We'll get there. Okay, so let me continue. And we said our sources of this carbohydrate include our fruits, our bread, our grains, starchy vegetable, and that of sugars. So you see, sometimes when we advise you to take a lot of food for you to get vitamins, we want you to also know that our fruits and vegetables contain a lot of carbohydrates, and the carbohydrate that they contain are our source of fiber. So aside taking your fruits, which will give you, fruit contain fructose. When you break down, our simple sugars, we have fructose, we have glucose, we have galactose, we have sucrose, and the rest. So most of our fruit will give your body fructose, which is a form of sugar. So aside that, we encourage you to take the fiber. That is, we encourage you to take the inner part of the fruit that you are eating. So if you are eating oranges, we are trying to advise you, or we are mostly advise you to take in the roughages. So these roughages are going to provide your body with fiber, which is very, very important. Fiber has its own function that it plays. It helps in digestion, it prevents colon cancer and the others. So it makes your food bulky. But when you consume fiber food, you can easily become full as compared to not consuming the other food. So if you go, when you are home and you are free, try and buy wheat bread and the normal tea bread or butter bread. You can see that when you take about 3 or 4 slices of the wheat bread, you get full. But you can eat almost a loaf of the other type of bread. And the reason is because of the fiber content that it's in. When you are taking fiber content, you can't consume much as comparing like when you are consuming the other. So even in the weight management, we use fiber foods to control the amount of food that people mostly consume. All right. Then we can also get some of our carbohydrates from grains. So we can talk of that of your maize, your millet, your rice, and all those ones contains a lot of carbohydrates, and also our sugars. So the sugars that we've been taking and the rest, at the end of the day, they will all give you what we call glucose. That is the basic unit of or the building block of carbohydrates. So we are saying that mostly when you want to consume our grains, we should consume what we call the whole grain. The whole grain. So we say that the whole grain and the fruit are full of fibers because they contain a lot of fibers. And we prefer those ones over the simple one. So those of you that have been buying perfume rice instead of our local rice, the local rice are the whole grain. The perfume ones, most of the fiber content have been taken out. And they preserve it with perfume for us to enjoy. Is that not so? So once you say you are going to buy perfume rice, it contains perfume. And I'm a one. So that when you are cooking it, it gives you some aroma for you to be happy. Hey, the rice smells good. Yes, it's a problem. We should rather focus on consuming the local one in our locality or in our local setting. We said The whole grain and the fiber reduces the risk of coronary heart diseases and help maintain normal blood glucose level. Very true. I think even when I was talking about the function of the fiber, I made mention of it reduce colon cancer, and there are also other coronary heart diseases. That is the cardiovascular disease that we've been talking about. So it can reduce your blood pressure. It can also reduce there's a disease or there's a condition called atherosclerosis, whereby a lot of fat deposit has been stored in your veins and your arteries. When you consume a lot of these whole grains and fruits that contain a lot of fiber, they will be able to do away with it. So if you want to take some of the fruits, we will not advise you to go and blend it and squeeze the juice and take and throw out the fiber. No, take them in the raw form, include the fiber, and take them. That one is more preferably as compared to just squeezing the juice out of it and then later on you throw the chaff away. No, we don't prefer that one. So that is a few things that you need to understand. Then carbohydrate can be classified into two main forms. We have the complex one and we have the simple carbohydrates. The complex one and the simple carbohydrates. So the simple one are the monosaccharides and the complex one are what we refer to as either the disaccharides or the oligosaccharides or the polysaccharides. I know you've come across all these things before. So this is a simple table that is trying to show you how carbohydrates are being grouped, how they are being grouped. So you can see from the diagram that we have the carbohydrate itself, then from the carbohydrate you have the monosaccharides. So the monosaccharides contain just specific glucose units. Then we have the disaccharides. So the disaccharides contain two or more monosaccharides. Then we have the disaccharide contain two monosaccharides. Then we have the oligosaccharide, which contain 2 to 10 sugar or 2 to 10 glucose or sugar molecules. Then we also have the polysaccharide that contain more than 10. So you can see that when you look at the polysaccharide section, that is where we have the starch, that is where we have glycogen, that is where we have the cellulose. So the cellulose is basically fiber units that are our fibers that have been put together. So when you pick a tree, the back of a tree, and most of the time the back of most of our fruits, the shells is made up of cellulose. So we mostly call them the cellulose fiber. Then I know I've spoken about glycogen. That is the energy stores of human or animal. Animals source their energy in the form of glycogen, and the starch is the source of energy in plant. So these are the few things that you need to understand. So you can see that under the monosaccharide, we have the glucose, we have the fructose, then we have that of the galactose. So these are 1,1,1,1 sugar molecules. So when you look at the sucrose, so the sucrose is our table sugars. So the table sugars that we've been using at home, we call them sucrose. There's a combination of, I think, either glucose and galactose to form that. Then we also have lactose. Then the lactose are sugars that are mostly found in our milk. So if you remember when you were doing biochemistry, we spoke about lactic acid. That is the acid found in milk. The sugar also found in milk is also called the lactose. Then we also have the maltose. So the maltose is also a form of carbohydrates. You know, when we were doing digestion in school, we were told that in our mouth, glucose will be converted into maltose with the help of an enzyme called maltase. If you remember those things. So maltose too is a form of carbohydrate. So in our mouth, an enzyme called salivary amylase salivary amylase will convert glucose to maltose in our mouth before it is swallowed down into our stomach. So these are all basic sciences that once we all remember, I think we are good to go. Now, we said that unlike the sugars, the starch and fiber complex carbohydrates tend to be insoluble in water and not all of them can be used by a human being to produce energy. So one of the key things that you need to know is that most of the monosaccharides, that is the sugars and the others, they can produce energy for human. But when you come to the fiber and the complex carbohydrate, remember the complex carbohydrates are the one that was listed, the polysaccharides and that of the oligosaccharide. Some of them are insoluble in water. It means that they cannot be dissolved in water. So when they are insoluble and our body cannot break them down, they cannot produce energy for us. So when you meet somebody who is fat, who is suffering from diabetes, and the person wants to reduce weight, and I ask the person to consume some fiber food, my main motive, or the reason why I ask the person to consume a lot of fiber food is the fiber food will let you get full early. When you consume small, then your belly will be full. And it will release a little energy because most of them cannot be broken down by our digestive enzymes. So we don't have a lot of enzymes that can break down fibers. So that is what we need to, that is what the point is trying to tell you, that they cannot be used to produce energy for humans. So when they are not using it to produce energy, they are not going to have any effect on your body. So you take them, it will make you full, digestion okay, and you just eliminate them from your system, which will help you to control the energy level in your system. So basically, that is one of the main reasons why we ask those people to consume those food. We said an example of this complex carbohydrates are the glycogen, the starch, and the fiber. I think I've spoken about them. And the complex carbohydrates are more healthier than the simple carbohydrate. Hence, they should make up our major part of our food. Yes. The complex carbohydrates are more healthier. They perform a lot of health function in our system as compared to just the simple glucose. So when you wake up in the morning, you go and take these fizzy drinks, this sugary drink, and you take it. Within some few minutes, these sugars, all of them will turn to sugar and absorb in our system, which is not healthy. And the normal circumstance, we want a food product that will delay the digestion process. And when it is able to delay the digestion process, you will not feel hunger easy for you to go and take any other food again. So you see that most of the food that we've taken the fiber off, when you take it, you get angry so easily. Maybe my personal experience is when I take in the TZ, I get hungry so easily. And you see TZ, the fiber content has already been taken off before we use it to prepare the food. So you get to your system within a few minutes, everything turns to sugar, and you will still be craving for another food again. So that is the point. And they say that they provide the body with more controlled release of blood sugar and correspond with the insulin response and generally provide better nutritional value. So remember, once you consume food that contain a lot of carbohydrates, a lot of fiber, it will delay digestion. And once digestion is delayed, or absorption of this sugar is delayed, it will slow down the release of insulin. Remember, the more you have sugar in your blood, the more insulin your body will produce to help yourself for the uptaking of this sugar molecule. So once you are able to slow its digestion, it means that insulin is going to be released in a slow pace. And once it's releasing in the slow pace, it will help you to control your sugar level. So that is what we are trying to say. Please, are you okay with the carbohydrates? I'm trying to move on to protein. Any question on carbohydrates? Any question on carbohydrates? Yes, Abdullah.
Sir, so with this explanation you are giving, if one wants to lose weight, instead of stopping carbohydrates completely, it will be advisable to consume foods that are high in fiber so that you will not eat more of the carbohydrates. Is that it?
That is it. Yeah, that is it. That is it. But if you want more, you have to come and see me in Chambers for private chat. That one you have to pay consultation fee.
Say more of what?
Sir, since it's in class based, there will not be consultation fee again. So I'll see you in Chambers. I have done that consultation fee.
I will limit the explanation to it so that you will see me in Chambers.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Hey, please
Yeah,
tell all
okay.
of us we need it.
Sure. Who told you? Who told you that you need it? So you people, you are trying to use my class as a nutrition session to reduce weight. Eh?
Yes, we want to
Yes,
reduce weight.
yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah. You know now the sound mind lives in a sound body, so we need to reduce
Yeah,
weight
yeah. I don't
the
know
right
anything.
way. We want to reduce weight the right way.
Well, what are you reducing the weight for? You people, when you were
So
young
that
girls, when you were young girls, you allow people to take you to town and chew KFC and be eating 10 eggs, 10 fried eggs, and now you want to reduce weight. You think we will help you? We will not even mind you.
So let's continue. I don't mind them.
They want flat tummy to come and chill. Don't mind them. They are going to be
Yes.
obolo, all of
Yes,
them.
yes.
All right. So basically, that is what carbohydrate is. So you need to understand most of the components that I've explained to you. So we will be, well, most of the time, that is how your questions will be. The question will be looking for the reason why we take those things. At this level, I don't think what is important for us. The reason why this particular one is needed, the reason why ketone food is not good for people who want to reduce weight. The reason. So these are some of the things that as you are reading or you are trying to go through the slides, it should come to mind. Then you'll be asking yourself those questions. Then you'll be using your phone to also try to basically read more on it for you to get or for you to appreciate the explanation behind all these things. Now let's look at the second component of our macronutrients, the macronutrients. So we are now done with the carbohydrate. Let's look at protein. And I said that protein also gives you 4 kilocalories when you consume 1 gram of it. 4 kilocalories. So the energy value of protein and that of carbohydrate are the same. We said that proteins are made up of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, and sometimes sulfur and phosphorus. So remember, I told you that most of the components or these molecules that are made up of this food nutrients are almost the same, with the exception of that of proteins. Protein contain nitrogen and sulfur, and sometimes it also contain phosphorus, depending on the kind of protein that you are talking about. And we say that protein are broken down into amino acids, which is the building block of protein. So remember, we will tell you that the basic block of proteins are also amino acids, or the amino acids that we've made mention of. We are saying that there are approximately 20 natural occurring amino acids, and these are arranged in a sequence to form a protein. So anytime you have a protein, a particular protein, there are different amino acids that are being linked together. Okay, I think when we were doing biochemistry, I told you the linkage between them. We made mention of glycosidic bond. We made mention of disulfide bond. Do you remember these things? Hello?
Yes.
No,
So we don't
sir.
remember.
You don't remember them? Hey, my bregu.
Yes.
So you have just thrown the biochemistry away somewhere.
Yes, after
So
the course,
that
you go back.
you go back to what? Look at you. Look at this story you are telling me. A big man like you are telling me this kg story. What are you going to do with going back to do what? You will not go back. You just forgotten like that. But you need this basic knowledge to help you understand what you'll be doing at this level. That is why we taught those courses first for you to understand before we move on. So remember, every protein is we learned about the types of all the structures of protein. We spoke about the primary structure, the secondary structure, the tertiary structure, and of that of the quaternary structure of proteins. Okay, so this all, and I told you, I remember those of you that were in my class, I remember I said that all these proteins are made up of individual amino acids that has been linked together. And I think one of the most common link that I spoke about more was what is it? The glycosidic bond. I made mention of disulfide bond. We even did alpha 1,4 linkage and alpha 1,6 linkage. You've forgotten all these things. So let me continue. So there are about 20 amino acids. There are about 20 amino acids that they are found in our system. And we are saying that we said that some of out of these 29 of them are known as essential amino acids. The essential amino acids, that is 9 of them. And these 9 of them, your body cannot produce them. That is why we call them non-essential. That's why we call them essential. Your body cannot produce them, so they are essential. Those that your body can produce them, we call them non-essential, because your body can produce them. So when you don't take it in, it is not even worried. It is not important. But those that your body cannot produce them, we call them essential. And these are example of them. The example of these amino acids, we have the leucine, we have the isoleucine, we have the valine, we have the proline, we have the methionine, phenylalanine, tryptophan, and lysine. Today, let's go back to P1. Let's read them together. Yes, on your microphone. Let's go back to class 1. Let's go back to class 1. Let's mention them so that you, at least, when you are asked to write some of them, you remember. Yes, let's go. Leucine.
Leucine.
Lucy.
Yeah, my voice too. We are 49 years. I want to hear a lot of voices. And most of you are off your microphone. I can see from my end. Your microphones are off. I can see from my end. So we have the leucine, we have the isoleucine, we have the valine, we have the proline, we have the methionine, phenylalanine, then we have the tryptophan, then we have the lysine.
And then the light.
So since you have decided not to say it louder,
So please
you can
go
off your
back.
microphone and say
You
it.
say it. Go back. You say it.
So I said that we have the leucine,
Leucine.
we have the isoleucine,
Isoleucine.
we have the valine,
Valine.
we have the proline,
Valine.
we have the proline, then we have the
Methionine.
the organ metro, no methionine.
Methionine.
Then we have the phenylalanine.
Phenylalanine.
Then we have the tryptophan. Right. Can you hear one over tryptophan? Then we have the lysine. And the one who says she's lost, we will come and find in the first. It's okay. Let's off our microphone. Who is saying she's lost?
At this point, tissue.
I want it. So, all right. So basically, these are the essential ones. I think these essential amino acids, I spoke about them when I was teaching biochemistry. Those of you who came to my class,
Yes, it's
this
true.
was very common. Yes, I spoke about them. So I don't need to waste my time here. Then we are also saying that there's a particular amino acids that they are essential in certain conditions. So remember, when we were doing biochemistry, I spoke that there are a term that we call conditional essential amino acids. Do you remember those things? I spoke about them, and I made mention that we have these amino acids called histidine and arginine. Histidine and arginine, we said that they are essential for children because children are unable to produce them in their large quantity to meet its needs. But in adults, our body can produce them. So when it become an adult, we don't need them unless there are certain disease conditions that they become essential. So when you have a child, histidine and arginine are essential for them because they cannot produce, their body cannot produce them in enough quantity. But we adults, histidine and arginine are non-essential amino acids because our body can provide them. So that is what you need to know. The remaining ones are referred to as non-essential. They are referred to as non-essential amino acids. And one of the main reason is our body can produce them. So we don't need, where we consume them as part of our food, fine. When the body doesn't get them, the body can produce its own. So we call those ones as non-essential. And these are some of the examples of these non-essential amino acids. Yeah, Francisca.
Sir, like I was reading something the last time and they mentioned as the non-essential is it glue or glutamine. Am I correct? They say it's
Yeah.
semi-essential. I didn't understand. So I want to. So
Which one which specific one were you talking of?
I'm saying that the non-essential, the glutamine or what's it like?
Nah,
GL.
the one that I
Yeah,
just spoke about it right now.
yeah. They say it's semi-essential, and CYSTEINE to semi-essential. So I want.
Your source was telling you that they are semi-essential.
Yes,
So
I
probably
like.
you
I
don't
was
read the
reading
reason
something
why they are
that
saying they are semi-essential.
I want to know the reason.
You should tell us because you read the material. I mean, I have not read those materials. So how will I tell you?
So I was saying that they just wrote non-essential and they just wrote into brackets with those ones semi-essential, but I didn't
Okay.
understand. That's why.
So once they say semi, probably it may be an instances whereby it will become essential, but at the normal circumstances, they are non-essential. So probably there may be a specific disease condition that glutamic acid will be essential. It means that at that moment it has affected the part of your body that can produce it. So once that part is affected, it means that it cannot produce it for you, then it becomes essential. That is what the point is trying to tell you.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome. So some of the examples are here. We have the alanine, we have the neolysin, the tyrosine, the serine, the cysteine, the ornithine, we have the aspartic acid, glutamic acid, and the rest. There are many. So at least know about 4 non-essential amino acids and know about 4 essential amino acids. I think it will help you. And try and find out their food source, where we can get them from, especially the non-essential. Especially the essential one. Most of the time, we need to know the essential one so that when we meet somebody with protein issue, we can recommend the kind of food that the person can consume. We say that there are basically 2 main forms of protein, namely protein of high biological value and protein of low biological value. And I think this one, for our biochemistry, we can just continue. And should I talk about it? Protein of high biological value and
Please
protein
talk
of low
about
biological
it.
value.
Please talk about it.
I've spoken about it already, so I won't talk about it because you people are supposed to know by now. It is your fault that you don't know.
The biochem,
Please,
I was
join
telling you
me
in class that I wasn't getting the thing well. That's why I'm also suggesting that you talk about it.
Well. Okay, so when we talk of protein of high biological value and protein of low biological value, it is the same thing like first class and second class protein that we've heard of. When we say protein of high biological value, it means that this protein contain all the essential amino acids. And the one with the low biological value, it means that these proteins may contain or may lack 1 or 2 essential amino acids in it. And remember, when we were teaching biochemistry, I told you that when you consume these proteins into our system break them down into amino acids. And these amino acids helps your body to build its own proteins. And I told you that most of the cells cells, hormones, and enzymes in our bodies are made up of protein. If you remember, I think I spoke about a lot about this particular insulin that I'm talking about. When I was teaching the quaternary protein, that is the large structure of the protein. I told you, I even show you a structure how these insulins are made up of about 52 different molecules of amino acids that has been joined together to form this insulin. So people with the type 1 diabetes, that their system is not producing enough insulin for them, they have problem with sometimes the structure. And people with type 2 are more of the fat content is making the insulin not sensitive. So we need to know them. So when you say protein of high biological value, this protein contain all the essential amino acids, and those with the low biological value, they lack one or two of the essential amino acids that they will need. And once you are lacking them, your body cannot use them to build a complete protein. So the body need to rely on other source to do it. So if you want to make a very good use of protein of low biological value, you have to combine them with protein of high biological value in order to get the protein, the complete protein that you are looking for. And mostly protein of high biological values are gotten from animal source. So most of our meat, our fish that we've been taking contain protein of high biological value or first class proteins. Then protein of low biological value are mostly gotten from the second class protein, that is those from the plant source. So most of the plant source does not contain protein of high biological value, with the exception of probably soya. A lot of research has established that soya bean contain all the necessary all the essential amino acids. But aside that, other protein, most of the other protein may lack one or two. And also I think agushi too is one of the things that is also under research that people recommend that if you use them. So you understand. So this is very, very important when it comes to that. And we are learning all these things because you may meet people with special diet issue that you need to find a way to help them. You have to find a way to help them. Yes, Gloria. Gloria, don't come and
Sir, what about mushroom? Sir, what about mushroom? Being the protein
mushroom,
from plant source.
Yes, mushroom too is one of them. It's one of them. So Gloria and Go, I know the reason I said they shouldn't disturb me. They know them already. So Francisca, your hand is up again.
Yes, I want to ask you. So if we want to live a healthy life, how do you combine this type of protein so that there may not be excess?
Oh, as you that you don't have any disease-related condition, I think your proteins I would advise you that most of your proteins should come from the animal source. Just that you should find a way to make sure that you reduce the amount of fat that it's contained. Because you know most of the animal food contains an amount of fat. So probably you try to reduce it. You take what we call the lean proteins. When you are able to take the lean proteins, you may get all the essential amino acids that you are looking for. We are not saying that we should do away with our plant-based protein. What you need to do is you can combine the plant-based protein with that of the animal-based protein in order to get all that you are looking for. So when you get to the wachi joint and you buy your wachi, don't say that, oh, the beans are already protein, so I will not buy fish and egg. You are lying, you don't have money. Try and get some egg and add to it, it will be fine. Then you have done the combination. And go to gobe joint, buy the gobe. Don't say that, oh, the gobe, oh, the beans only contain the protein. Yeah, I'm okay with the beans. No, the beans does not contain all the amino acids you need. So you can add some amount of fish to it. You can buy some meat and add, or you can also buy egg and add, so that the combination of them will help you to yield all the amino acids that you are looking for. Is that okay?
Thank you. And another question. This you mentioned gobe. So this they say it's not advisable to eat gobe with egg. Is it true? How true is that?
So that I mean, these days when you make mention of a claim, you have to come with a reason, because you cannot just sit at your comfort zone and say that, oh, gobe and egg is not good. What is the reason? I need to know. If you don't say any reason, then you are just making noise online.
Sir, please, I have some reasons here. For instance,
Okay.
when you join
So
the beans with the egg,
Mhm.
at times the gas that you feel within you is too much. So I think that's why some people say it's not good to eat both egg and beans together.
So
Thank
yeah, I mean,
you.
I have read an article that also contains that. So far as when you take them, it produces an egg, doesn't automatically tell you that that food component is not good. That might be one of few side effects of it, but you cannot conclude and say that it's not good. Me personally, when I take a yam and bean stew, I get a lot of there's a lot of production of egg in my air or gases in my system. It doesn't automatically translate that that particular food component is not good. We cannot just conclude on that. All right.
Okay.
Maybe don't be using my classroom as a dietitian consultation. Maybe ask your question and let's go on.
the
Let me go
other
on. She's
day
not.
on Sunday, Madam taught us protein complementation or something like that. So she used that as an example that all food doesn't contain all the nutrients. So sometimes you would have to complement it with something to get the full protein that you want. So it doesn't mean that gobe with egg is not good, but maybe you want an amount of protein in your system. That is why you would go for it that way.
So you have been taught in which course was that? Is it nutrition and health?
That's meal management.
Oh, okay. Then you know this, and you are disturbing me. Oh, you've done protein complementation and protein supplementation, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, madam. Last week with Madam Laurentia.
I want to say yes, madam. I'm hear you at it.
No, she just shipped that in when we were having a discussion.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's good. You can do what we call protein complementation and protein supplementation. So when you even meet what are my what are Gloria, Esme and Co. I think they can talk much about that. Where are Gloria? Where is Mavis? They will not talk because they know I'll mention their name. They are quiet. Esme is here, but I think she's not feeling well. I won't disturb her. Where is Mavis? Mavis, tell me more of protein complementation. Because there are two different things: complementation and supplementation. Mavis, I can
Is
see
it
you are
this
here, so
baby?
talk.
Mr.
Okay,
Bawa.
Mavis, she knows
Is it
herself.
me or
Hello,
the
Mr.
other
Bawa.
baby?
The Mavis I'm saying is the one calling me. She knows
Mr.
herself.
Bawa.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
Mavis.
as you said, when you take the plants protein foods, we classify them as second class or incomplete food because they don't contain all the essential amino acids. So with the complementation, for example, as you said, when you take the beans, yes, beans is classified as a second class protein. So you have to complement it with the animal protein, which is the first class protein, to make it complete or essential.
Mavis, you have missed a point. You have missed a point
I made
with
the
your
point.
explanation. I think what you have said is more of supplementation rather.
And then the complementation.
Yes. No, there are two terms that you learned on Sunday. So who can differentiate between protein supplementation and protein complementation? Someone should just try and differentiate for me.
Hello.
Yes, Patricia.
Please, with the complementation, when you combine two plant proteins, so for example, kose and millet porridge. So the millet contains a little protein, and the beans too contains protein, but they are all under the plant protein and they are not complete. So when you combine two of them, that's the complementation. Two plant protein, that's the complementation. And the supplementation, combination of plant protein and animal protein, so protein from plant source and that of the animal source, that's the supplementation. So maybe there's one is lacking in the plant protein, but we have it in the animal protein, so it will supplement this one. So that's how I
Right.
understand it.
That is perfectly correct. That is perfect. I think if you've said all that I'm supposed to say within that part. So if you have let's say you have a client who is a vegetarian, which of these particular ones are you going to? Let's say the person is a strict vegetarian. Which of this protein combination are you going to use for the person? Yes, Anita.
Protein complements rather, not supplements.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
that is good. So you see how most of the time your questions can be framed. And so you have to be mindful. We will give you more of case studies to see how you can appreciate what we are teaching you, because the what is not helping us. So this type of question that I'm asking, it is helping me to know whether we can translate whatever we are teaching we are teaching into practical settings. Because at the end of the day, you are going to be prescribing food for people. So I will not ask you what is protein supplementation, no, but I'd rather find a way to coin the question for you to know that this is the answer that I'm looking for. So it's better for me to put it in a diabetic person or a vegetarian for you to know that when you are trying to solve a vegetarian problem, I need to go in for protein supplementation. Or when I find myself in a situation whereby my protein intake from animal source is very small and I have a lot of plant source, then why don't I combine them and call it protein supplementation and probably benefit from all this one? So we need to try and find foods that you can do supplementation and you can do complementation. Okay, so even taking rice and beans is protein complementation, because there is a problem with one is lacking lysine and one is lacking methionine. So we combine the two of them in order to complement each other. You complement each other. So that is what. So thank you very much, the lady who gave us the explanation. You are saying that protein of high biological value are protein which contain all the essential amino acids. I think I've spoken about all this. We said that usually animal source with the exception of soya bean. I think I've also spoken about this. Protein from plant source, on the other hand, are referred to protein of low biological value because they lack one or more essential amino acids. I've spoken about it. And we said that they need to combine to make them complete. So that is where protein, combination of two sources of protein, example is pulse and cereal, which is referred to as complementation of protein. The combination of animal and plant-based, which is also known as protein supplementation. And we are saying, or take note that 10 to 35% of your daily calories should come from lean protein, such as low-fat meat, dairy products, beans, or eggs. So 10 to 35% of your protein source should come from basically what is it? Your lean protein. Lean proteins are protein that does not contain a lot of fat. So either you choose 10 or either you choose 35, depending on the person condition. So if I'm planning a meal for a child who need a lot of protein to grow, probably I'll go in for 30 to 35. But if I'm planning it for an adolescent or some of us who don't need, we are not requiring to produce a lot of cells, probably I will go in for either 15 or 20. So it will depend on the kind of person that you are planning the meal for. So we are also done with protein. We are done with protein. Any question on protein before I proceed on? I proceed to fat and oil. Any question on proteins? All right, so let me talk about fat and oil, since we are all okay with that. So with the fat and oil, I think it's one of the food nutrients that we've crucified it a lot. Fat is not good, don't take this fat, don't do this. A lot of us, when we hear fat, we are just thinking about you are becoming too fat, you are growing, your body is becoming too big, this and no. Fat we may have issue. Yeah, Teresa. Teresa, your hand is up. I don't know whether you have a question.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Mama Tess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Please, is it good for us to consume meat at the same time consume fish?
Oh yeah, it is. It is good. It's good. They are all essential, or they are all protein of high biological value, so they are good.
For instance,
Now,
I'm
if you have
eating
so
maybe
many
rice balls and Ghana soup, and I have maybe beef, and at the same time maybe salmon or whatever. Is it good for me to consume all of them together?
Oh yeah, it is good. It is good. It is good. But remember, in a minimal quantity or in moderation, excess is always a problem.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I hope they were no many delivery. On your front, me say me on. All right.
Me fancy me but me no munya me de.
Me take question and I'm who be a wufi. All right. Let me continue. All right. So let's talk about fats and oil. So we said that fat is composed of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So you can see fat, the component, and that of what is it? The carbohydrates are not different. So those of you who remember your biochemistry, we did the structures. The fat we did most of the structure whereby I showed you the glycerol backbone and that of the fatty acids, 3 fatty acids that has been joined together. If forgotten all this thing, you need to go back to your biochemistry and revise. We say that fat is a concentrated source of energy. This is where one of the key points are. They are concentrated form of energy. Why are they concentrated? Because only 1 gram of them can give you 9 kilocalories. So they are so concentrated. When you consume a little fat, it produces a lot of energy to your body. That is why they are concentrated. And the building block of fat and oil are fatty acids. And we also have another term that we call the glycerol. So we have fatty acids and glycerol. So these are the building block of it. Fatty acids in human diet are divided into 2. So we have the saturated fatty acids and unsaturated fatty acids. Do you remember them? Have you heard them somewhere before?
Yes, so
Have you heard
biochemistry.
saturated and unsaturated before? Tell me the differences.
Yes.
What are they? Tell me the differences. Saturated and unsaturated. Tell me the differences. Hey, what are you looking for? Tell me the differences.
Sir, today my voice is not good.
Your phone is not good.
Yes, sir. That's why I'm not talking.
Your voice or your phone?
Sir, my
But she
voice.
said her voice.
Sure, all night long. Yeah, saturated and unsaturated fatty acids. What are the differences? I need more hand. I want to see more hand because these hands, they've been talking in class already. So those who have not been talking, I can see a lady called Mansoura Kasim. Can you tell us something about them? Mansoura. Maybe some questions are those who don't belong here will run away. Yes, Porcianati. I've seen the hand. Don't worry. I want to new people to also talk in the class. All these hands, I've seen them already. I want new people. Rahel. Rahel Sewa Buahin. Yes. Vida. You people, you are there and you are pretending that your network is not good. Your network is good, but I'm at your end. I know your network, they are good. You will not talk. All right, then let me go back to the normal, those people who have been talking in class already. Francisca.
So if I could remember from that, we said that saturated fats, they are solid at room temperature. The unsaturated, they are liquid. And the saturated, they have no double bonds. But the unsaturated, they have one or more double bonds. That's what.
Okay. I think she has said some. Yes, Mavis. My Mavis want to talk. Maybe tell them that you are a biochemistry student.
So, okay, so the difference between saturated fat and unsaturated fat is that when you take the saturated fat, they have single bonds between their carbon atoms and then they are solid at room temperature, whilst the unsaturated fats, they have one or more double bonds between their carbon atoms and then they are liquid at room temperature.
Can you say more or you are done?
Mr. Ba, I'm done.
So you are not done. You are just decided not to say more. You are not done. As for time, Friday, you can never be done.
I'll come
Yes, then
back
let me
again. I'll come back.
Yeah, let me go to. Okay, let me go to Anita. Anita, do you want to say something? You have something different from what they said.
Yeah, I was thinking about their sources. The saturated one are mostly from plant source and small are from they are mostly from animal source, the saturated one, and small amount or
Okay.
small we get it from plant source. Then the unsaturated one we get it from the plant source or from the plant. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe your hand is up again. You have another thing to say. All right. So basically, when it comes to fatty acids, we have the saturated
Bawan.
one. Yes, maybe.
Hello, Mr. Bawan.
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay, so I want to add a little. So with the saturated fat, they increase cholesterol level, but when you take the unsaturated fat, their cholesterol is very low.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so that is good. I think we all have an idea. Gloria. Akwaru. Gloria, talk. Gloria, I can't hear you.
Say, Mr. Bawa,
Gloria.
yes, sir.
Yes.
The saturated one, say, can you hear me? I'm saying that the saturated one, they have no double bonds. The unsaturated one, they have one or more double bonds.
Oh, okay. I think you've also repeated some of the things that other people have also said. So that is good. So I'm not going to waste time on that because these things we've done them in biochemistry. So I'm expecting you to have more idea on that. I've heard you.
I'm saying that.
I've heard you.
Oh.
All right. I've heard you. All right. So what we are saying is fatty acids can be either saturated or unsaturated fatty acids. And even with the unsaturated one, if you remember your biochemistry, we made mention of polyunsaturated, monounsaturated, and polyunsaturated. That is, when it contains only one double bond, it becomes monounsaturated. And when it contains more double bond, it has polyunsaturated. Remember when we were even doing lipid oxidation, I use this example a lot. We spoke a lot about this when we were doing lipid oxidation. So you should be mindful and go back and read those things. You see that the saturated fatty acids have maximum number of hydrogen atoms that their chemical structure will permit with carbon single bond in between them. So if you look at the structure, you know, it's basically, let's say if you have saturated fatty acid that contains 6 carbons. So you have C, 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 1, 1, 1 up to 6. Then each of them is connected with hydrogen top and down. Hydrogen. Please, what I'm saying, I hope you can draw it. Me, I'm drawing it on my paper. Hydrogen top and down, hydrogen top and down, hydrogen. So the point is saying that the saturated one contains the maximum number of hydrogen around the carbon atoms. So if you have 6 carbon, how many hydrogen will 6 carbon contain? You have 6. How many 6 carbon? How many hydrogen will the 6 carbon contain? Yes. Yeah, I'm testing your biochemistry here. How many? If you have 6, how many? 6 carbon.
6 like
14.
12 hydrogens.
It will contain how many?
12 hydrogens.
Well, hey, one of you no. We just had to remove you. Whether what is saturated fat? It's not fat too chumako.
Say
All right.
14.
So
Sir, please,
14,
14.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. If you had 14, you are correct. But the first one will contain 3 and the last one too will contain 3. So that is it. It is 14. So that is what the point is trying to tell you. And when you look at this particular structure that you just drew it on your paper, we call that one as saturated fatty acid because it doesn't contain any form of double bond. All the bond that link one carbon to the other is a single bond. They are single bond. That is what I want you to also know. Then we say that they are usually they are usually found in butter, lard. No, lard is I think fat from pig, right? Those of you who knows, fat from pig is called lard. Is it true?
Yes,
You
sir.
can find out, but
Yes.
that is what I know. Yes,
Radie.
lard is a fat
Radie.
from pig. Then they also have milk, cheese, poultry skin, and high fat beef. You see, the reason why we've been asking you people to stop taking a lot of the skin of poultry, because poultry mostly store their fat around their skin. So when you take the skin off, poultry is one of the most healthier or lean protein that you can consume. So that is what we can also say. So these are some of the food sources that you can get them. So we can know that most of the saturated fats are gotten from animal source, and they are mostly solid at room temperature. They are mostly solid at room temperature. They also have the unsaturated fat. And we said this comprises of mono unsaturated fat. That is fat that has only one single double bond carbon atom, or polyunsaturated one, which has 2 or more double bond. I think these ones are basic biochemistry that we did, and I'm expecting you people to remember them. So I won't talk much about them. We said that they are liquid at room temperature. So when you subject them to our normal temperature, they will not tend to to solid nature. They will always be in a liquid form. And we mostly get them from our plant-based food like the olive oil, the sesame oil, the avocado, the nuts, the peanuts, and the sunflower oil. So you see, sometimes when people go to the market, they say, me, I want sunflower oil. And I can bet you that most of these sunflower oil in the market are not the correct one. Any sunflower oil that when you place them at the room temperature and they turn to solid, they are not good. Sometimes when you even get to the markets, you see them, the surface of them are trying to turn into solid. All those ones are fake. They just find a way to engineer them. And some of them are even genetically modified oil that they've done. They engineer them genetically. They change the structures. If you remember the biochemistry, when we were teaching fat and oil, we told you that there are 2 main ways that fat exists. We have the cis and we have the trans. So if you remember those ones, so they can easily manipulate trans to become cyst, so that you may think that this one is sunflower, but they are not. If you want proper polyunsaturated fatty acid, then you have to go in for the cold press. What is it? Coconut oil. Those ones are the one that we can boast and say that this one the unsaturated fatty oil. But this one, most of the sunflower oil in the market, probably we cannot rely on them, because most of them, they just lie for us to buy. Yes, Efia.
Sir, please, I have a question. So from what you are saying, with the unsaturated and the unsaturated, the unsaturated coming from plant source, palm oil, sometimes when it's in a room temperature, it becomes solid. So that does that mean that it is saturated, or because coming from the plant source, the unsaturated, it would definitely be a unsaturated fat, but it does not become it becomes solid at room temperature sometimes.
You see, one thing, me personally, my experience with palm oil is mostly when the weather changes or the environment is somehow a little bit colder. That is where you see most of the time the surface will rather tend to become solidify. But sometimes even the surface, the inner part are mostly not all that solid. I don't know whether you've also come across that before.
Yes.
But yeah, but with the as for the saturated one, it will tend to solid for you to see. Example of this saturated solid one is when you use meat that contain a lot of oil, fat to prepare food. And sometimes when you are even eating, the environment, the soup become very cold, or the temperature goes down. You can automatically see that even around your hand, if you don't use soap to clean it, it is just solid. Have you noticed that before? It is clear indication of that. Yes. And sometimes to see with what is it? With our palm nuts, what is it? The oil. Those are the one that we use to prepare soup. You know, when we were young in the village, your mother will be preparing palm nut soup, and when it is she's about to remove it from fire, she will just try to take off all the oil on top of it and keep it. Sometimes it can turn solid because of the meat content that the meat also, the food also contain. So that is basically what I can say about it. But sometimes, as for the solidified, palm oil will not always solidify to the point that it can be compared to that of what is it? The fat or the oil from the fats, the oil from the animal source.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are you fine with that?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I will say that in our body, a good source of healthy fat. Who want to disturb me? Ellen. Okay, new person want to talk. Ellen, let me hear from you.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Bauer. Please, I want to find out
Ellen.
the oil. Does it mean that some of them contains a liquid aspect of it? The palm oil, for instance.
It contains oil, liquid acids.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
So
when you say liquid is more general. Liquid,
okay, water.
More general.
Let me put it water.
The whole thing is as for palm oil, you know, when we are even trying to produce palm oil, we use a lot of water. So there's a possibility that palm oil will contain some little amount of water, probably maybe high. But we cannot, you see the process in which we do, we add a lot of water to the chaff and we squeeze it, then before we start boiling it, then the water will come on top and the oil will come on top for us to scoop it. So in the process of scooping it, there's a possibility that some of the normal water that is found in the soup may get into it, but we cannot, unless probably we subject them to lab tests for us to know the amount of water that is contained. I don't know whether there's a reason why you are asking that question, so that I think I'll be able to help you better. Is there a specific reason why you are asking whether palm oil contains water or not? Ellen.
Sir, please, it's because when you put it down for some time, the bottom part solidifies. That is why I'm asking of that.
So probably we need to find out a specific reason why. Probably it may be what is it? and knowledge that all of us may benefit. But personally, I also note it down and find out. Yes.
Sir, please. I've also noticed is because after scooping the oil, they have to put the oil back on fire and reheat it till the water dries out. So when it's reheat, maybe it's overheated. That's why when you put it down, it solidifies.
Well, we will find out. So it is something that it's an assignment. I'll ask you next week. Me myself, I'll read on it, and so I'm expecting you people to do. If you don't read and you come and tell me story here, I'll get to know. So we'll go and find out the reason why some plant-based oil also solidify at room temperature. That is the question. Some plant-based oil, why does some plant-based oil also solidify at room temperature? It's always something that when we get to know, it will help all of us. All right. And we say that some of the good source of this oil are the sunflower oil, the corn oil, the soybean oil, the fatty fish oil, and salmon, herrings, and mackerel. So all these ones produces a lot of oil for our system. And saying about the fat are divided into two groups: the storage fat and the structural fat. The storage fat and that of the structural fat. So with the storage fat, they provide a reserve warehouse of fuel for the body, while the structural fat, they are part of the essential structure of the cell, occurring in cell membrane, mitochondria, and intercellular organelles. So in our body, fat are basically perform two main functions. They may have a lot of functions, but they have one that they serve as a reserve energy for our body. Then we have those that also give protection to specific organs in our system. So those of you that you've killed animal before, or you've butchered animal and you're trying to study the most of the time the internal structure of it. I think this year during the salad time when we were killing the cow, I was intentionally looking at a specific area of the cow where a lot of fat deposits are found. And you can clearly see that around the heart region, there's a lot of fat that gives some protection to the heart. And that of the kidney, that is the two key area that I noticed. The kidney area, even when you kill chicken, you can see that when you have your chicken and you are working on it, you can see that around the kidney area, there are some fat. That is what we call that is giving protection. It's giving some structure to some of the body organs. And within the cells, cells contain cell membrane. Cell membrane contains an amount of fat. If you know the function of cell membrane, you said that cell membrane are semi-permeable structure that allow the movement of substances in and out of a cell. So because of the nature of fat, it allows some substances to pass through, and it also prevents some substances from entry. Then also with the mitochondria is a part of the cell that produces energy. And those aspects also, when it produces energy, fat is an energy store, so it is automatically, or it makes sense that a lot of fats are also stores in that particular angle. And also the intercellular organelles, the organelles that are found within the cells can also contain some amount of fat. So know that the fat is mostly a high reserve stores for energy. So when you woke up this morning, as all this noise I'm making, I have not eaten. If I'm able to teach up to 12 o'clock or 11 something, I have not eaten, my body will automatically rely on my fat stores and start to break them down to produce energy for my body to use it to perform its function. Because all this talking and this learning that we are doing, we require a lot of energy to understand whatever that we are trying to put across. So put it in your mind that within our body, fat is either used for protecting some organelles in the body, or fat is used as energy source. And we told you that when I started talking about fat, we said that fat is one of the most concentrated form of energy in our system. And the reason why I gave is just a gram of fat can give you 9 kilocalories. So it is telling you that it contains a lot of energy. So I think I have asked this question to my student before. Explain the reason why yam a fried yam delays onset of hunger as compared to that of boiled yam? I think I've asked this question to some group of students that I've handled them before. So I'm just giving it out so that you also think about it. Fried yam and boiled yam. Explain why the fried yam will delay the onset of hunger as compared to the boiled yam. And I think your answers are good as mine. Let's continue. We're also saying that.
Let us know the answers.
Oh, you know them. This one, you know that we've spoken about it. So think about it and answer
We know
them.
that
It
we
contains
have to be
fat.
sure if what we have in our mind.
Whatever you say is right.
No,
So
sir,
let's
because
continue.
no, because the fact because it increases our satiety level. I don't know if that is right, so we have to be sure from
Whatever you say
so that
is
we don't go and
whatever
write
you say
wrong.
is right. And who told you are going to write something on that? Who is setting that question for you? Look at you. Oh, papa. All right. Let's
Yeah,
continue.
please.
So,
Well, can I say it's because of the fat? Because the one which is boiled is easily to digested as compared to the one with the fried one. It's not easily digested, so that one it can stay within you for a long time before it get digested.
you are right. Yes, so I think you have a point, but my point is not only about the issue of digestion. It is the issue of the amount of energy it carries, the amount of energy. Because if you are frying something, if you fry it, you are introducing oil to it, and you know a gram of this fat and oil contain a lot of energy, which is nice compared to probably the boiled one. So if all the yam were 1 gram each, it will give you 4 energy each. But the one that you have introduced, even a gram of oil to it will give you 9 plus 4, which is going to give you our 13 grams. So when you consume that one, probably you may not feel hunger earlier as compared to when you take the one that is boiled. So that is the simple explanation I can give. We're also saying that dietary fat consists of triglyceride, which can be split into the glycerol and the chain of carbohydrates, chain of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen called fatty acids. So in biochemistry, you did this. Those that I handle, I showed you some yellowish structure that contain the glycerol backbone and that of the triglyceride that we've put them together. So that is what we call a triglyceride. That tri means there are 3 glyceride that has been linked to that has been linked to the glycerol backbone. So that is what the point is trying to tell you. And also we are saying that 20 to 35% of our daily intake of energy should come from fat. So the person who asks this question, that can we omit fat entirely from our food because we are trying to reduce weight? No. What we will tell you is, if you are supposed to take 20 to 35% of it, then you go in for the minimum. Either 20% of your food should come from the fats. So that is what I would say. And we are saying that a healthy option include omega-3 rich food like walnuts, vegetable-based oil. Omega-3 help with the development and growth. And other smart choices include your nuts, your seed, your avocado, and the rest. So you can limit yourself and take this one from there. So I think salmon is one of the most common form of omega-3 fatty acids. So we can all consume salmon and get those kind of nutrient for it. With the exception of Adventists. If you're Adventist, you can't take it. So you have to find another alternative. And also we are saying that intake of saturated fats such as high fat meat and full fat dairy products should be limited. So we should try our possible best to limit a lot of fatty meat. Yes. Those of the ladies, when they prepare soup and they use the oil on top of the soup as a sign of a nice or a good taste of soup. I think you are killing your husband. So you need to be very mindful of those things that we've been consuming. Now let's look at water. Any question on fat? Any question on fat? Any question on fat? Okay.
Say,
Silent means yes.
please, can I say fat? It can also serve as a lubricant to the body within our joints.
Yes, yes. And when as it's serving as a lubricant of our body, it's part of the structure that I spoke about. It gives some structural protection to it, because without the lubrication, it will cause what we call the wear and tear. It will cause wear and tear within our joints. So it is also from part. That is why our heart, it has been positioned in that way that even when our heart gets attached to our some of the rib within our heart, it will not get that shock. It will protect the heart from that shock. So it also performs the same function within that. Even aside that, it will give if you read most of the function of fat, it will also tell you that our skin, under our skin, also contains an amount of fat, and the work it does is control the temperature. So when you get to the hot season, this fat will try its possible best to allow a lot of heat to come out. But when you get to the cold season, it will also constrict and allow your body to retain the kind of warmth within your system. Because when the environment is very cold, your system needs to adapt in order to get a very warm system within your body in order to perform its function. So that is what I can say. Yeah, Teresa.
Yeah. So please, is it not the same fat which is blocking our veins and at the same time causing this stroke and heart attack?
It's the same fat. I think I have spoken about them when I was talking about the coronary artery heart disease. Do you remember I made mention of BP? I made mention of atherosclerosis. That is where a lot of fat deposits are found in your arteries and veins. So that is not the function it is performing. It is one of the effects of consuming too much fat. That is the toxicity level. When they are too much in your system, this is the problem it will cause.
And so please, how will you know that I'm taking in too much fat and that can lead to blockage of veins and whatever? Because you are saying that we should also consume. And some of us, when we are preparing our stews, the way we use plenty oil, even when you go to buy this watch and whatever, they will just put this oil on it as if they are making garnishing or whatever.
You have answered the question already. When you are consuming too much oil, you yourself, you will know. Because I don't know why, when we are doing the practicals, as for the you people, when I'm being practical with you, I don't mostly punish you people like what I did to my SHS student. The SHS students, when it is practical time and any oil that I found on top of your stew, I will just pour it on your white tablecloth so that when you go and you are washing it, you remember that you misbehave in class. So, under normal circumstances, you are not supposed to pour that oil, the amount of oil that you people have been pouring inside your saucepan, and at the end of the day, you finish and the oil will just cover the food. No. Some of you, in the process of cooking the food, you can be adding a lot of oil. There's no book that tells you that when you are preparing food and you are done, there should be oil on top of them. No, there's no such theory that exists. But you people do it because when it is on top of it, it looks nice on your on your side. That is why you do it. So, and in normal circumstance, when you are consuming a lot of oil, you know, when you go to these watches sellers and these kinky sellers, they are sitting over there. You see small sito in it, they will just heat some sito oil and just pour it inside the sito. And anytime they are taking it for you, most of the time they are giving you oil. So you as an individual, you should be monitoring how you are consuming the oil. And you can also go, when you go to hospital, they can also be test your lipid profile and those things for you to know whether your oil stores are good. Those people who do a lot of hard work, the manual workers, most of them don't have a lot of issue to do with. But those of us that we are living the sedentary lifestyle, We just eat, go and sleep. Some of us, we don't do even any exercise. We don't even walk. Small place, we use car. So it is you, the individual, that you should monitor yourself and know how your air intake is. If not, by the time you get to know, the sickness has already occurred, and that will become a very difficult situation for you as an individual.
Thank you very much. Yes.
You're welcome. So let's look at water. I know someone will ask whether water is a nutrient. There's a still research debate that is going on. Cynthia. Cynthia.
So please, I want to ask this question. Is it the excess oil that gives us sickness, or is the excess carbohydrates that give us? So please, my question is it excess oil that gives us the disease, or is the excess carbohydrates that give us diseases?
All right. It is both. I will say both, because what happened is when you consume carbohydrate and your body uses what the body wants, and later on the rest are stored. The body will try to store as much as it can in a glycogen form. And most of them are stored in your liver and that of your muscles. I think I've spoken about that. When your muscles and your liver stores are full, and there are still excess glucose in your blood, your body will convert them to fat and store them. So even when you reduce your fat intake and you consume too much of carbohydrates, still your body will find a way to convert the excess one and store them in the form of fat. So that is why I say it is both. Carbohydrate can be converted into fat and stored, and also fat can also be stored in your system. That can all cause this problem that we are talking about. Are you good?
Yes,
Are
sir.
you good?
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
No. Okay. All right. So let me continue. We've gotten to water. Water, there is still a debate ongoing on when it comes to water, whether we can classify water as one of the nutrients or not. Some philosophers or some book of thoughts think that water is a nutrient. Others also think water is not a nutrient. So we are not going to take a stand. We are not going to pick a stand. We are just going to look at the importance of water in our system. That is basically what we need to know. So we should allow the scholars to continue the debate till probably they come into conclusion that water is a nutrient or it is not a nutrient. They say that water is composed of hydrogen and oxygen. And let's cast our mind back to our basic chemistry. The formula for water is what? H2O. So you have 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen, and they come together to form water. We said that even though the debate on water as a nutrient is not conclusive, it has been added to the macronutrient because of the following reasons. Although the debate is ongoing, but we have added them as a nutrient for the following reason. 1, the quantity that the body needs. The body needs a lot of water. The body needs approximately 50 to 75% of water. So our body is made up of water. Even our blood, if you pick our blood, when you go to the lab and they pick some sample of your blood and put them in a test tube and they leave it for some time. So you can see that with time, all the water will come on top, and the hemoglobin, that is the red substance in it, will settle down. So you can see that a lot of our system is made up of blood, water. And we say that water forms the basis of our blood. It forms the basis of our digestive juices. You know your digestive juices. You know your gastric juice and the rest. All those ones are digestive juices. The pancreatic juice and all those juices. It's from our urine is made up of water. The precipitation, and it contains lean muscles. So a part of our lean muscles contain water. So when you look at somebody who is very fat, their muscles contain a lot of water, and also some fats. There are some component of fats that are also contains an amount of, and even around our bones, some inner part of our bone contains an amount of water. So a lot of water is needed in our system to perform its biochemical functions that will help us to survive or perform our basic function. You see that all biochemical processes take place in aqueous medium, and thus water cannot be done away with when we are considering substances that are essential for our body. So anytime we are talking about things that are essential in our system, we cannot do away with water. We say that the body cannot store water. Thus, the body needs fresh supply of water every day to make up of its losses through the lungs, through the skin, through the urine, and that of our feces. So we say that there's no mechanism for our bodies to store water. And we lose this water a lot. Anytime we want to excrete waste products, most of the time it is done through watery medium. So when you look at our sweat, it's a way that we do away with excess salt. Our sweat, we do away with some bad product or waste product from our body through our urine. It's also in a form of water. Sometimes even our lungs, when we are breathing out carbon dioxide, sometimes it comes along with some amount of water, and also in our feces. So our feces, sometimes when we are trying to release ourselves, it's also come in a form of water, especially those of you that will be having a running stomach. We say that all the essential processes lead to loss of water, and therefore there is a need for us to replenish them. There's a need for our body to replenish them in our body on a daily basis. So if you have been to, sometimes doctors will tell you that you should take about 4 cups or 1 liter of, the last time I went to hospital, what they told me is I should take minimum of 1.5 to 2 liters a day, so that it will help. Most of the time, the pure water contains 500 ml. So when you combine two sachet water, it's 1 liter. Then if you take 4, you have taken 2 liters. Sometimes they will tell you 8 cups a day, 8 sachet water a day, so that you'll be able to flush a lot of toxins from our system. And it's good. Sometimes when you take a lot of water, you can see that the quality of the urine that even come out is different than if you don't consume water and you become dehydrated. When you are dehydrated, the color of your urine even changes. So it is giving you an indication that you are not taking enough water, and there's a lot of concentrated waste system. Your body is well concentrated, and when your body is well concentrated, you need a lot of water to dilute it. We are also saying that the amount of water needed depends on the body size, metabolism, the weather, and the food that we take them. Okay, so it is based on your body size that will determine the kind of water you will take. I don't think I will be able to take the same water as the Mama G who came to Biasa. Her body's weight is very high, and it also depends on the weather condition. When we get to the cold season, if you don't take time, if you don't intentionally take water, you may go on within the whole day without taking water, because you may not feel the taste to take the water. But you have to make it intentional to take water on a daily basis. And sometimes some of the food that we eat also contribute to the amount of water that our body gets. Those of you who have been taking a lot of drinks, a lot of soups, and all this liquid food contains an amount. And also our activity level. So those people who do a lot of physical activity, those manual workers, they take in a lot of water because the body will demand for it because of the kind of energy that they are using it at that time. Is it that water intake does not equal the output, people get dehydrated. So when the output is more than the input, then you become dehydrated. That is, you lose water more than what you are getting. That is why you become dehydrated. And you say water helps to maintain the homeostasis in the body. Homeostasis is basically telling you about what is balance. When you hear the word homeostasis, you are talking about balance. So when you're taking a lot of water, it helps your body to perform its function and also balance most of the activity within your body. And we say the source of water include potable water, high moisture food, such as soups, fruits, and beverages. All these ones contain some amount of water. I think this one, I will leave it for you to get time. When you get time, then you read on them. These are the various food sources, the function that they perform, the deficiency and that of the toxicity level. When they are too much, this is what it contains. So at your free time, you can read them. These are basic things. I don't know whether there's something I have to talk. Ketosis is the drop of carbohydrate. So we say that ketosis occurs when your carbohydrate intake drop below 50 grams a day, and your body find another fuel source. Ketosis is a state in where your body has switched to burning of fatty acids in producing of ketones. I think I've made mention of this. Like when you are fasting, or those people who are putting themselves on keto diet, your body switch from using carbohydrate as a source of food and start using the fat and other source to produce energy. And when that happens, your body start to produce a chemical called ketones. So we need to be just be mindful with that. I don't know, when your body start to produce ketones, this is one of the way that you can know. Those of you that have been fasting, when you do fasting the whole day, to get to a point that you feel some foul smell in your mouth, and that foul smell resembles the breath of a diabetic person. People who are suffering from diabetes, when you are closer to them, they have some peculiar smell that when they breathe, it mostly come out. When you fast for a long period of time, you also experience the same thing. I don't know whether some of you can remember that you fasted and it will get to a point that you feel like you have experienced some odor in your mouth. Can someone share
So
experience with that?
it's true, but not even when you
Hey,
fast. Sometimes when you are hungry for a long period, yes, you smell that foul thing that you are talking about. It's true.
Very good. So that if immediately you start hearing that or you start feeling that foul smell, it is telling you that your body has switched from using carbohydrates and your body has started breaking down fat for energy. That is the key thing that you should know. So my Muslims on this platform, you are told that when you are fasting and you get to that evening and you start feeling that, you should use a stick to be cleaning your mouth so that you will not be giving bad odor to people around you. That is giving you an indication that your body is breaking down fat to produce energy. So that is something that I wanted you to know. And people with diabetes, they experience it a lot. And the reason why people with that they experience those one a lot is because sometimes we don't allow them to take in a lot of carbohydrates so that their blood glucose will go down. The body will switch to fat and be using the fat to produce energy for them. So that is the main reason why those people feel that. Mavis.
I said, but it should be a good thing when your body is breaking down the excess fat in your body. Like when the body is not using the
If you want to reduce weight, it is one of the things that will automatically happen. So, when you want to reduce weight, fasting, intermittent fasting, when I'm talking about fasting, I'm not talking about religious fasting. You won't eat 6 to 6 or you eat at dawn till evening. Fasting it can be peculiar to you. The way you, the individual, you think you can do your fasting, that will help you. So sometimes intermittent fasting is good. You may wake up in the morning, you decide not to eat for some time, and later on you come and continue. So it may be good depending on your condition. It may be good depending on, but too much production of these ketones are not good for our brain health. That is what I'm saying. Yeah, Sarah.
Hello, Sam. Please, I think I've also experienced it when I was pregnant with one of my boys. I was experiencing they say it's extreme hyperemesis. So I wasn't eating and I wasn't drinking
Come
water
again.
for
I
about
want to
2
write the
months.
words so that I can
So
read.
at a point, the doctor said the fetus was now using the stored energy and the nutrients in me to survive.
Okay.
So they had to put me on some infusions to stop
All
it
right.
because they said if it proceeds, I may die. So I think I was
Okay. All right. No, that is you said the condition you are suffering is what? I want to get and read on that.
extreme hyperemesis.
Extreme high
Hyperemesis.
hyperemesis.
Where I vomit
Okay.
constantly but cannot take in any food or water.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mm.
I'll take my time and read on that and also find it. Thank you.
Okay.
Somebody hand was also up. I don't know. Yes, Zuleha, your hand was up, but you've run away. Zuleha Mohammed or what? Mustafa. I saw your hand. Okay. Maybe she's not ready to talk, so let me continue. Please, we are done for the macronutrients. I'm coming to talk about the micronutrients. So as for these ones, just go and read them. They are not anything difficult. So when you read them, you understand. Samoa.
Good morning.
Yeah, morning.
Sir, please, do you have any effect of taking water?
Effect of taking what?
Effect of taking much water. Do you have any effect on that?
Effect of taking too much water?
Yes, sir.
No, there is no. I have not come across any. With the exception of people with kidney issues that they are going on dialysis and stuff. As for them, we measure the quantity of water that we give it to them, because it is the kidney that regulates the amount of water that stays in that move out from your system. So if you are not having any disease condition, take water as much as you can. That is what I can say. There's a layer.
My voice is not all that good today. Sir, you were talking about the fasting and you said normally it's not the religious one you are talking of. And I was like, anytime we go to sleep, don't we fast? Because you won't eat, you won't drink.
Okay, that is why when you are taking your breakfast in the morning, we call it you are taking any food in the morning, you call it breakfast. It's assumed that you are fasted at that moment. But one thing that we need to know is when we fast at night, most part of our body go on rest, with the exception of probably the breathing, and if you are taking some food, go through digestion. And those one doesn't use a lot of energy. But within the daytime, and you are fasting, you may be fasting and you may be in the hot sun doing your work and stuff. It will get to a point your body automatically will deplete all your glycogen stores and start to use the fat to produce energy. So there are people too that when they sleep at night and they wake up, they may also feel that foul smell that we made mention of. All right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah, if you are, hey, no one to us when I'm time we answer.
Sir,
If you
then
can see your
continue.
hand,
Sir,
as you
please continue.
All right. So I'm done with the macronutrient. I'm just giving you a little reading assignment. I think the most important one is the one that I have spoken about. Let me see. There's also atherosclerosis here, that when you take a lot of fat, you experience something that we call atherosclerosis. That is when there is a blockage of blockage of fat around your arteries and veins. And this one will give you this is where people get heart attack, people get pressure, BP, and hypertension, and those things. They get it from when consume a lot of fat food that gets to deposit within your arteries and veins. And obesity, I think obesity, we know it, brain injury, eating too much fatty food may damage the hypothalamus, which are the area of the brain that require the regulation of energy. So these ones are basic things that you can read on it. And the code that we are giving to you: start and end your day with clean and safe water. So this morning, at least, I'm expecting each one of you to at least taking 500 milligram of, or 500 or the ml of water. And when you are also going to bed, say that before and you go to bed, make sure that all the water you are taking, they are clean and they are safe. When we say take water, don't just be thinking of, most of our sachet water these days are not clean. I wish you all of us will get money and we can rely much on the bottled water. The bottled ones are much better as compared to our normal sachet water that we've been taking. All right. So let me quickly take some small time and talk about Anita.
So some people are also saying that drinking warm water early in the morning is good, and then late at night too is good. So what is the reason behind that?
Unless that one, all of us go and find out. So let's all go and find out the reason why taking warm water early in the morning is good and taking it late at 9 to or when you're going to bed is also good. So we can find out. Teresa.
So, please, my concern is nowadays this galamsey people, our water bodies and even the tap, they are polluted it, and I don't know whether we should use this carbon water to cook our food, and if we use them to bath, will it have any bad effect?
For the galamsey issue, I don't know. I don't know what you can say. Personally, I've engaged some media houses engaged me, and we spoke. I am one guy who is a toxicology. We spoke extensive on that. Galamsey issue is something that if you don't put political issues aside and deal with it, a time will come. Maybe we will start importing water to this country to take, because these chemicals in the water cannot be destroyed through cooking. A lot of them, some of them can even stay in your system for some research even say 80 years. Some of them mercury and the lead, and not even only in the water. Our food that we are consuming today, most of them have been polluted by this kind of. So this is when you're even buying vegetables as part of your food or whatever you are buying outside, they are not safe because you don't know where those vegetables were planted. And these galamsey issues are it is a whole thing that a complex thing that a proper system need to put in place. If not, maybe by 20 years time, the rich ones will start importing water, and we those that we average and the poor ones, we will just continue taking them, and we will have the effects in our system. So we are all Ghanaians. All of us are educated, and we also have to educate people, especially those people are just looking for money without thinking of the effect of their activity on the land. If you get money today and tomorrow you die, what will be the benefit? But we live in an environment whereby people respect people with money. No matter where you got your money from, you will just respect you. And those of you that we are finding a better way to raise money, people look at you as a poor person. So this is the environmental issue, and it doesn't only emanate from the environment. It's also our mindset of trying to get money by all means. It has also has influence on this thing. So let's hope that the government of the day will be able to do something about it. That is our hope. But if not, our exposure to these issues are serious, that we should be concerned as citizens. All right.
So, sir, nowadays when we are taking drinking water, we are afraid, and we are told that we should take in more water, and it's something. In fact,
what will we do? We have to, as for the taking of the water, is so important. So whether you take it 1 gallon and you take 1 cup, if it is galamsey water, you are still going to get the effect. So that one day we should put it in our mind.
God should have mercy on us.
Amen. All right. So I want us to shift our focus to if we learn about the macronutrients. I think I've taken my time, I've done that justice to that particular topic, and I hope that any question that comes from macronutrients, you people will be able to answer them and answer them well. Now let's shift our focus to micronutrients. The ones we have macro means that the bigger aspect, the micro means that the smaller component. So we have the macronutrients and the micronutrient. So the objective is telling us that we should be able to identify what micronutrients are, and we should list the food sources of this micronutrient. Then possibly we should tell about the functions and also describe the deficiency and the toxicity of this particular micronutrients. Then also sometimes we need to identify the nutrients and nutrient interaction for maximum utilization. So we will take our time and talk about that. So when we say macronutrients, we are saying that the micronutrient, unlike the macro ones, are needed in small quantity. So we don't need them much We don't need them at a higher quantity as compared to the macronutrient that we spoke about. That is our carbohydrate, our fat, and that of our protein. So with this one, we need them in a smaller quantity. But although we need them in smaller quantity, it doesn't mean that they are not important or they are not essential. They are. They are essential as compared to the macronutrient. Because a lot of research has shown that if you don't even consume enough micronutrient, your macronutrient become a problem, because some of them help the macronutrient for its absorption and also performing its function. So some of them act as coenzyme, cofactors. Some of them help our enzymes in our system to perform its function. So we should put it in our mind that although we need them in a smaller quantity, but their function is very, very, very important in our system. We say that micronutrient basically comprises of minerals and vitamins. So we have grouped them into two. We have the minerals, then we have the vitamins. And they are required by organisms throughout the life to coordinate a range of physiological functions to maintain our health. So we need them throughout our life. For every organism, you need this micronutrient in your life in order to perform some of the physiological functions, our physical activities, and even some metabolism within your system also require some amount of micronutrient. Our heartbeat uses micronutrient, our cellular pH, and also bone density. So when you even get to our bone density, we need a lot of calcium and that of vitamin D in order for our brain, our bone to be strong enough. So that is what we need to know. Let's talk about each of them. Let's start from the vitamins. So when you look at vitamins, there are a lot of vitamins that have been discovered. I think about 13 of them have been discovered, and scientists are still doing a lot of research to come out with different forms of vitamins. So probably you may read certain books and some of the vitamins that have been stated here may not be found over there. There are still a body of knowledge that are still doing a lot of research to come out with different vitamins. So we say that vitamins are organic compounds, and vitamins contain carbons. So they contain carbon. Vitamins are generally, they do not provide energy like carbohydrate, protein, and fat, but they are essential compounds that help your body to grow and function optimally. So we are saying that their role is not to provide your system with energy. When you are consuming vitamins, it doesn't give your body energy. Just that you need the component of these vitamins to help your body to grow very well, and also sometimes fight against diseases and stuff. So if you remember the classification of foods way back in primary school, the energy-giving food, protective food, and bodybuilding food. So you can see that all the protective food fall under our vitamins and probably minerals. So they will help your body to fight against infection. And we say that there are 13 vitamins that our body needs. And vitamins are classified as either water soluble and or fat soluble. So those that mostly dissolve in water and those that can easily dissolve in fat. So the water soluble vitamins are the vitamin B's and the vitamin C. So you know the vitamin B, we have a lot of them. The B complexes, B1, B2, B3, B5. We have cobalamin, that is, we have B12 and the rest. They are many. Then we have the vitamin C, the one that we call them, we normally found them from the citrus fruit. So these are some of the vitamins we can talk about. And we have the fat soluble one, the one that we call them ADEK, A-D-E-K. ADEK, that's vitamin A, vitamin D, and vitamin K. So this one can easily be dissolved in fat. So that is what we need to know. Today, this place, I think a lot of things there are more common. You will just rush through. Now we are saying that when you pick the water-soluble vitamin, it comprises the B complexes and vitamin C. This one dissolves in water and they are carried to the body tissue, but they do not store in our body. You know, any nutrient that dissolves in water basically does not store in our body. The reason why they cannot be stored in our body is the body does not store water. So this kind of nutrient might be consumed on a daily basis as compared to the fat-soluble ones. So that is what you need to know when it comes to the B complexes and that of vitamin C. And we say that they are found in plant and animal food, or dietary supplements and must be taken daily basis. So if you want vitamin C to help you, if you want vitamin C to help you deal with oxidative stress and stuff, you need to be consuming most of your oranges, your pineapples, your tangerine, and the rest. This is where a lot of vitamin C foods are gotten from. Some of them are also gotten from your sobolo leaves that you've been consuming. Some of the green leafy vegetables also give us some amount of this vitamin C that we've been discussing of. So we need to consume them on a daily basis because our body cannot store them. Because the body doesn't store water. So when they dissolve in water, the body cannot store them. You see that since the body tissue do not gradually store water-soluble vitamin for later use, they are easily eliminated from the body through urine and when fed in excess. So when they are more in our system, they can easily be excreted from our system. That one, it is hardly for the body to get to the toxicity level. It is hard for someone to say that I went to the hospital and I said I'm consuming a lot of vitamin C or a lot of vitamin B complexes. It doesn't mostly occur. It can occur only probably when your respiratory system is experiencing one or two problems. So that is what we can say. So let's look at this B complexes. So we have 8 out of the 13 vitamins needed by the body are the B vitamins. So 8 out of the 13 are the B vitamins. And even though the B vitamins are found in many food, they are delicate to handle because, one, they are easily destroyed by particular alcohol or cooking process. So some of these vitamins, they can easily be destroyed through the process of cooking. That is why we need to always choose appropriate method of cooking certain type of food in order to retain the nutrient of this particular food. And also sometimes alcohol can also destroy some of these vitamins. So we need to be mindful of that. So we encourage the conservative way of cooking so that when you are doing stew, any nutrient that will leak from the meat or the fish or whatever you are using will still leak into the food. It will not go outside. So we need to be mindful. But with the vitamin C, they can easily be destroyed by heat. We say that the body has a limited capacity to store most of the B vitamin, except vitamin B12 and the folate, which are stored in the liver. So you see, our body does not mostly have a way of storing this B vitamin. But with the exception of vitamin B12, and the B12 is the vitamin B12 and that of the folate. And there is a reason to that. I hope you are all women here and you have been taking folate before. Tell me the reason why you take folate before you get pregnant. Tell me why you take folate as women. Someone should share the experience
Some
with
of us
you.
we don't take so we don't know.
Some of you have not done what?
We don't take so we don't know.
You don't take. Are you not? Have you given birth before?
No, stop.
If I have not given birth before, then I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the women. You are a girl.
Oh,
Sir, is it to boost our fertility?
I'm asking a question, so you have to tell me. Have you taken some before?
Yes, it was to boost our fertility.
Hello.
My fertility, not our not.
Yes, Tilly, have you also taken some before?
Lots of times. What I know is folic. What I know is that folic acid helps correct fetal disabilities.
Yes, Anita. If you know you don't have a child, don't tell me because you don't know.
Sir.
Oh, say, but you also have to be.
Be quiet and allow the women to talk. Yes, Anita.
Sir.
generally, you need to be fit before you get pregnant. So I think taking folate or vitamins boost our immune system and prepares us for the journey ahead. And then also taking some vitamins, like as our sister was trying to say, in the first 3 months of pregnancy, it helps reduce some birth defects, like there is this neuro something that occurs at the spine of the fetus during uh, pregnancy. So I think vitamins or folates in a way helps to reduce those things. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Ramatu.
So, like Madam Anita just stated, taking it, taking it. Hello, sir.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Taking it strengthens the child's bones. So when you give birth, it will prevent some birth defects, like maybe the past spinal cord and then the thing. Moreover, for you, mother, they say when you take it, it will help you to be, it will help your bones, and then internally, like in your stomach, to strengthen some muscles. So those birth defects, you give birth, and then the child is having
Ramatu,
one.
are you using a phone and a laptop at the same time?
Please,
It's
I'm using
Madam
only
Judy,
the
that's
phone. It's like somebody's microphone is on.
Oh, okay. So, where you talk?
So, like mostly when you give birth, it will prevent like maybe some a child you give birth and then the child will be having one leg, will be having a twisted leg. The person will be limping and those things. It will prevent it when you take especially folic acid before pregnancy and then within the pregnancy. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Gloria.
So personally myself, I don't take it, but I realize that anytime I pick a seed and get to the hospital, the first
Sir,
trimester,
please, a question.
so with the explanation they are giving, I'm getting a reason why they are giving it to me at the hospital at the first trimester. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Timmy. Timmy. Any other response? Tilly.
Sir, please, mine is a question.
Hello, Zele.
Okay. Let us
Sir,
count. I will answer all of them together.
the folic acid also helps support the fetal placenta development of the fetus.
Yes, Anita.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
This Tilly. I was saying that the folic acid helps in maintaining and supporting the placenta development of the fetus.
All right. Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yes,
Hello,
for
sir.
Sianeti.
Sir, please, now my question.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Okay, so during nutrition and health class, I also learned that all women of childbearing age need 400 micrograms of folic acid each day. And because most of the times we don't take the foods that contains these nutrients, we take it on daily basis to supplement the nutrients.
All right.
Sir, please, it also increases our blood.
Okay, our blood volume. All right. Vivian, don't go.
Hello, sir. Please, it helps
Yes.
during pregnancy for the formation of the brain, the brain of the fetus to improve and then
Okay.
form well.
Okay. Now, Anita, you can talk.
Yeah, it was the same thing that I was about to say. Um, like it improved the formation of the brain, the spinal cord, and other cells in the child
Okay. I don't know.
or in the
That was
fetus during pregnancy. Thank you.
okay. Mavis, you don't have a child, so what are you coming to say?
So I'm coming to ask a question.
You want to
So
born? Are you ready to born now?
so you let me ask the question first.
Okay.
So
Talk, I'm listening.
with all the reasons they've given, with all the reasons they've given us, they said during pregnancy or something like that. So if let's say you are a young lady, is it necessary that every day, as our sister Portia said, that we need 400 something of of that every day? Is it necessary that you have to take that every day, even if you are not ready for a pregnancy?
All right, I'll answer you. I think, Teresa, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Sir, a friend of mine who is a nurse told me that I should take one folic acid every day. Meanwhile, I'm not pregnant, so I don't know. She said I'm anemic, whatever. You sometimes, but
You are anemic.
yeah. So my friends are saying that if you are pregnant, so now I'm not a pregnant woman, and she advised me to take one folic every day. That is the reason why I'm asking.
Okay, I'll answer you.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yeah, Anita.
with what my sister is saying, my mother also told me that they said she should take one folic acid every day and then drink warm water late at night and early in the morning so that the warm water itself will help flush waste or other toxins in her body. And then with the folic too, I've also heard that when you want to get pregnant, like when you are not getting it, you are trying everything and you are not getting it, you should take one folic each day so that it will help you get pregnant. Is it true? Thank you.
All right. I think the questions are done. Rama 2.
Yeah, same. If my colleagues could remember, sometimes they do bring folic acid for us in the basic schools to share it for the girl child. So we give each child, each girl. And then when I asked the nurse why that, they told us that folic acid is not only taken in pregnancy, but for a girl during menstruals, you lose blood. So normally when you take this folic acid, like those children, when they take folic acid, it helps them before their menstruals, and it will help them to form the blood and whatever, and then their bones and muscles. So she gave me that explanation. She said, moreover, it will help boost their fertility in later years. So as a lady, it is good every day you take. It seems she said, I don't know whether 5 gram or 50 gram of folic acid. When you buy the folic acid, the sachet, they've written the grams on it. You take one.
All right.
So that is why I think it is important. Thank you.
Okay. I think if all done well, what I would say is the last 2 weeks last 2 weeks, Wednesday, was it last 2 weeks or last 3 weeks, I was invited to Lucky TV to discuss issue of pregnancy and nutrition and pregnancy. So that was the focal point of my discussion on that day. Don't know if any one of you watched that particular program. What happened is that I'm trying to break down the videos into smaller units to post it on my TikTok pages so that people can read them, people can watch them and benefit from it. What I can say is that there was a time that a research was conducted and the results revealed that most of the ladies at reproductive age are anemic. Most of them are having issue to do with their blood volume. And so it became a necessary concern. So when the results were sent to the health ministry, then they came out with a policy that then we should go around and give folate to most of these young girls because of the condition that because of what the results of the research revealed. And I think they started going to schools and giving folate to young girls to take. You know, you people, every month there are a period that you share blood away. You lay eggs, and the eggs, when fertilization does not occur, it breaks down and it comes out as your menses. All these components or all these biochemical changes that occurs in your system requires some level of blood production. And also with that, when you take in the folate, it helps you in that process. And also, a research was also shown that most of the inborn errors that mostly occur are as a result of women not having enough folate stores. So a child will be born, at first you hear that a child is having a hole in heart. It was very common on television that people should contribute money for them to send the child to India or some countries for surgery and a whole lot. And sometimes there's also a condition that we call the spinal bifida, whereby your spinal cord doesn't close very well. You know, under normal circumstances, when the spinal cord is formed, it's supposed to close in a specific manner. When there's a little bit hole within it, because the spinal bifida, it does not be able to close very well. You know, when your spinal are not good, it doesn't close well. Walking even become a problem for the child. And also, folate is also needed for your brain development. Very, very important. You know, when human beings, our brains and spinal cord are some of the things that are developed in an early stage. So without this folate, it becomes very difficult for you to develop a proper brain for your child. So there were a lot of concern that was raised. That is why the folate itself, folic acid was designed. Folate is the natural form. When you get them from food, we call it folate, but the supplement is called folic acid. So what the research also revealed that most of the folate in our foods, when we consume them, the body finds it difficult to break them down and use it. That is why it was necessary for us to design the food supplement type, because that one, it is always bioavailable and you can easily, your body can easily use it to produce the kind of work or to perform the kind of work that you want to do. So basically, that is what I will say when it comes to folate. Very, very, very important. So as a woman of reproductive age, whether you are ready to give birth or not, folate can be part of your daily supplement that you are taking. But when you are getting to a point that you are trying to conceive, then you need to see your doctor. Probably then they will educate you on the amount of folate to take within a day. It's very, very important when it comes to issue of pregnancy. People who are suffering from pregnancy, it might not be only folate, but it is one of the recommended things that we give you to people who are trying to get pregnant, especially couples. When you are going for counseling and this one, we are even educating the counselors that when people come to them that they want to get married, they should at that moment start informing the lady to get some kind of folate supplement and take it to help the person to to be able to be fertile or to help the person conceive as early as possible. So taking them on a daily basis is right. You can do that. And when you are getting or you are looking for pregnancy, probably that one you may require a specific dose of this particular drugs or food supplement that you are supposed to take. So that is what I will say about everything that you people have said about folate. It's very, very important. So Mavis, you can start taking it so that you may get pregnant along the way. Amen. Let's continue.
Amen.
All right. So that is so the body can only store vitamin B12. I think B12 is cobalamin. I think if I'm not lying, cobalamin and folate. Your body can store them because of their importance when it comes to production of blood and also help in fertility. So that is why the body find a better way to store them so that it can assist you when you are trying to get pregnant. And we are also saying that a person who has a poor diet for a few months may end up with vitamin B or B group vitamin deficiency. So if you don't take most of them, because most of them cannot be stored in our body, if you decided not to include some of the B vitamins in your diet, you may find yourself in a deficiency condition. A deficiency disease can also occur. Now let's look at vitamin C. We call it the ascorbic acid. Ascorbic acid, that is the vitamin C. And so vitamin C content of food may be reduced by prolonged storage and cooking, and it's easily destroyed by heat. So when you have vitamin C and you cook the food for a long period of time, they can easily be destroyed. So anytime I'm teaching students, I tell them that there's sobolo that you have been preparing. I think sometimes you go to some house and you see they will just put the sobolo on fire and it will just be boiling like they are boiling water to dress a chicken. Sobolo, boil the hot water, pour it on the leaf, cover it overnight, and use it in the next day. It's not necessary for you to boil it for a long period of time. Sometimes we add pineapple and others to sobolo and we boil them. Vitamins, this pineapple and stuff, they are key ingredients or the key nutrient that contain the vitamin C. And vitamin C, immediately you get to boiling point, it go beyond boiling point, the vitamins is destroyed. And also, research also showed that when you store vitamin C product for a long period of time, the content or the amount of vitamin C in it reduces. So we need to be mindful of them. So consumption of raw fruit and vegetable or lightly steamed ones should be encouraged where possible. So if you can steam the food, that one is better. You put it in a colander, you allow some vapor to pass through it for a few minutes, then you consume them. That one is more better as compared to trying to dip them inside the water and cook it for a long period of time. So, and we know that vitamin C is also water soluble. They can easily leach into the water, and most of the time we throw the water away and we lose all these nutrients. So we need to just be mindful of that. Then let's look at the fat soluble one. The fat soluble ones are the one that I mostly call it ADEK, the ADEK. We say that they are fat soluble. They are stored in our body cell and not excreted easily as compared to the water one. So most of the time, these ones are those that we can read the toxicity level because they are stored in our system. And when they are in more excess, it can get to the toxicity level. But most of the time, this nutrient, they have a system in our body that mostly regulates them. How we understand? And most of the time, all the fat soluble vitamins and fatty food, after digestion, it doesn't pass through the wall of the uterus easily into the blood. It passes through what you call the lymphatic system. So when you look at some of the systems in we have the digestive system, we have the lymphatic system. Also, it also performs specific function within our system. So that usually absorb in the fat globule called chyromicron. So when you consume fatty food, the absorption of fatty food is totally different from when you consume carbohydrate and protein and those ones. Fatty foods are mostly carried in our body in the form of lipoproteins, and these lipoproteins are attached to what we call the chyromicron. So this chyromicron carries the fat so that it will be able to pass through the digestive walls. Then the reason is No, fats and water doesn't meet, and most of our body systems are made up of water. So there should be a specialized structure that will carry this or that will transport this fat to your blood, and it is done through the use of chiromicron, and it's transported through what we call the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system, I think, it's something that you like to. It is very interesting when you read about the mechanism of fat absorption in our system. So you hear about lipoproteins and lymphatic system and chiromicrons and those things. Very, very interesting stuff to read. And also we said that it is done through the small intestine into the general blood circulation. So it cannot easily just penetrate through the villi and get there unless it passes through the lymphatic system and later on find itself in the blood circulation. And also because of the blood is made up of water, even within the blood circulation, the chiromicrons is the one that transports it to the part of body that needed it. And it's through absorbed through the small intestine with dietary fat and are stored in the liver and fatty tissues, and they are excreted slowly. So most of the time when they are being excess, we can excrete them slowly within our system. So that is what, and the storage part of them is mostly the liver and the adipose tissue. So the tissues, the fatty tissue, we call them the adipose tissue or the adipocyte. These are the area that mostly store this one. So that healthy diets will not cause toxicity, but taking supplement at high level may create an imbalance of vitamins and cause illness. So this is a key point that you need to also look at. So that when you are taking a healthy diet of these vitamins, they may not cause any form of toxicity. Most of the time, the toxicity comes when you are consuming a lot of this supplement that contain this amount of vitamins that we are talking of. Now, the minerals. Remember, I told you that the what is it? These micronutrients have been grouped into two. We have the vitamins and we have that of the minerals. So with the minerals, we say that they assist in the body functions such as energy production, growth, and healing. So that is key function of the minerals that we take them. So energy production. When when the digestion is done and carbohydrate food has been converted to glucose, the body further produce energy from the glucose in the form of ATP, and some of them uses in the process. It uses some number of minerals to perform such, and it also helps to grow and also healing. When you have any cut and stuff, your healing process also requires some amount of minerals. And so that they are also required for fluid balance. I think I spoke about hemostasis. That is the fluid balance, blood and bone development. It maintenance of healthy nervous system. So anytime you're talking of mineral, one of the key things that you should talk about is your nervous system and how coordinations occur. It sends signal, how your body sends signals within your system. It's also mostly regulated by this minerals. And so mineral like vitamins, minerals and vitamins function as coenzymes. So we have some minerals and vitamins that function as coenzymes. That is, they help in some of the enzymes to perform its function. I think I mentioned it earlier on when I was talking about it. And so the minerals occur either in bulk minerals or macro mineral or trace mineral. So there are one that occur in a bulk, that is the macro mineral, and the one that occur in a smaller quantity that we call the micro minerals or the trace mineral. And we said that while the macro ones comprise of iron, copper, iodine, zinc, and fluoride, these are the macro ones, the micro minerals. That is the small one. Those that occur in a small one. The amount, we said that the amount of each mineral needed by the body changes during person lifestyle and during a certain stage in your life. So when you are pregnant, the amount of mineral that you may need may differ from someone who is an adolescent. So this is what the point is trying to tell us. We say that your life cycle, where you are, when you are too old, you may require certain amount of specific mineral as compared to when you are an adolescent or a child or someone, an invalid or someone who is recovering from sickness. So that is what we need to understand. And this is also a table that also gives us indication of various type of micronutrient that is needed by our body and its deficiency. So I don't know whether I should take you through, but it is something that you can easily read through and get the understanding. So we have the vitamin A, which we call the retinol, and these are the food source, the function, and the deficiency is the night blindness. And when they are too much, you get what we call the hypervitaminosis. That is, a large doses of vitamin A can also cause some kind of birth defect. We have the vitamin B2, which we call the riboflavin, and these are, so when you get to the toxicity level and the place is empty, it means that it is not likely for you to get to the toxicity level. That is what the point trying to tell you. You have the B3, which is the nicotinic acid or the niacin. And they also have their function that they play over here for cell respiration, helping release of energy, metabolism of fat. So remember I told you that if you don't consume some amount of minerals, some of your carbohydrates and your macronutrient cannot be used in the body. And a typical example, the vitamin B3 help your body to metabolize carbohydrate, fat, and protein. That is to break it down to release the specific nutrient or energy that is found in those particular food. And the deficiency is a pellagra, and we say that it is rare. It is not common for you to get to the deficiency level. And we have the vitamin D, which is the calciferol, and the calciferol to support your skeletal function and it build your bones and that of your teeth. Now remember, vitamin D and that of calcium go hand in hand. So if you look at the deficiency for calcium and that of vitamin D, it may be the same. Okay, it results in rickets in children, also osteomalacia in adults. When you grow, then you'll be having a lot of issues to do with your bone health. Then the vitamin E is the tocopherol. It contains oil. You can get them from oil, wheat, and the rest, and they act as antioxidant and stop reaction of free radicals. Remember, I told you that once our body go through breaking down of food substances to provide energy and stuff, produce a lot of free radicals. And these free radicals are carcinogenic. They can produce cancer. So it is the antioxidant that will help you to eradicate them from our system. So which is very, very important. Vitamin K, as the polyphenol, it also help in blood clotting. So when you don't have them, your blood, when you get a cut or you are injured, your blood refuses to clot. So these are basic things that I want you to go and read on it. And when you have any issue, you just draw my attention and I'll take my time and talk about it. Now let's look at nutrient interaction. How does nutrient interact with one another? We said that nutrient interaction relate to how different nutrients assist each other in performing of a particular function. In the absence of this interaction, the availability of nutrient to the body that is bioavailable may be affected either positively or negatively, and it may either enhance or inhibit absorption of or utilization of specific nutrient. So what I want you to know is, so far as you are eating a particular food that contains a specific nutrient, does not mean that automatically your body will be able to use it. Sometimes you call something that bioavailability. Sometimes some food substances, where you take it, the nutrient is bioavailable, about 50% of the nutrient can be used. 50% cannot be used by the body because some of the nutrients are being bounded by some compound that the body find it difficult to break it. That is why certain nutrient we ask you to take the full supplement. That one is more available than comparing it to the one that is found in our natural food. So iron, for instance, you may get blood, or you may have heard that when you consume contemporary and most of the green leafy vegetable, you may get iron, or you may get to boost your blood production. Now, research has shown that most of the iron that can help you, or that is bioavailable, is the one that is found in the plants, in the animal source. So you may, maybe I'm going to eat the green contemporary, I've been eating contemporary every day, but no, some of them are not bioavailable. The body finds it difficult to use it and utilize it. You say that healthy fat increase the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins, including all the ADEC. So remember we said that ADEC is fat-soluble vitamins. And we know those ones are mostly absorbed through fat. it's absorbed through fat. So when you have a healthy fat in your system, the absorption of this vitamin becomes very easy. And we say that all B vitamins help the body to convert carbohydrate to fuel, that is glucose, which the body uses to produce energy. So anytime your body is breaking down what is the carbohydrates to produce glucose in order to use it to produce fuel as ATP or energy as ATP, the body uses most of the B vitamins. So you see, when you are consuming carbohydrate and you forgo about the B vitamin, it will be difficult for your body to be able to provide enough energy that your system requires. And we say that vitamin D helps to maintain calcium homeostasis. I think I have spoken about calcium in relation to vitamin D in this platform before. So it's something that we need to look at. We say that high or low level of one or more nutrient may affect the bioavailability of others. So let's take, for example, if you consume a lot of calcium and your vitamin D intake is very low, it is going to affect the availability of calcium. Although the calcium may be in your blood, all right, but it will be difficult for your bones to absorb them, what we call the bone mineralization, to absorb them. So that is what we need to understand when it comes to that. And also to ensure that all nutrients are present for effective absorption and utilization in the body. A wide combination of different food must be eaten to provide variety and right amount. So this point is trying to encourage us to take variety. Don't be eating one particular food for a long period of time. Bring variety in it. Eat different type of food so that your body can get the required nutrient from it. And while the amount of nutrients that contain most food may not be adequate to meet nutritional requirement of individual, no single food has all the nutrients needed by the body. So put it in your mind that there's no one particular food that contains all nutrients that your body needs. So there is always important for you to take different type of food products so that your body will be able to get the needed nutrients to perform its function. So the last thing that I want us to talk about is phytochemicals. You know, when we hear phytochemicals, these are medicinal properties that are found in plants that are found in plants, and they mostly provide flavor or color to some specific food that we prepare or we consume. And we say that findings from laboratory studies have also shown that phytochemicals have potential to stimulate the immune system. So when you take a lot of plant-based food, these phytochemicals can help to build your immune system for you. They can also block substances we eat and drink and breathe from becoming carcinogenic. Remember I told you that your body mostly produce what we call the free radicals, and they are carcinogenic in nature. So these phytochemicals can help your body to fight against them. Because remember, most of these antioxidants are vitamin C and vitamin E, and we mostly get them from our plant source. So they contain an amount of phytochemicals that perform that particular work. They also prevent DNA damage and help DNA repairs. Remember DNA when we were doing our biochemistry, that we spoke a lot about DNA and RNA. So in order for DNA to go to get damaged, this phytochemical can help them or can prevent it. And also those that are having issue, they can help them to repair itself and reduce the risk of oxidation damage to cell that can spark cancer, among others. I think I've spoken about this particular point. So this table also gives you the various phytochemicals, their sources and their possible benefits. So we have the carotenoid. So the carotene, we may have the alpha carotene and the beta carotene. So you have alpha carotene, lycopene, lutein, and we have the zeaxanthin. So all these ones are some of the phytochemicals, and their plant sources are red, orange, green fruits and vegetables, and they inhibit cancer growth. So you can get your time and read this one. We also have the flavonoid, and some of their food sources are apple, citrus fruit, onion, soya bean, and the rest. And they also inhibit inflammation and tumor. You know, when you grow a tumor, it means that you are developing cancer. When you get cancer, a particular cell will start to grow multiple times. And we said, and it also helps to detoxify some of the enzymes in our body. So we have inositol. Inositol can also be gotten from rice, oats, and most of our cereals, and they may retard growth and work as antioxidants. So most of them can also act as antioxidant. Then we also have the isoflavones. You can get them from soya product and soya beans, and they inhibit the growth of unwanted cell, and they limit production of cancer-related hormones and stuff. So you can see that most of these are phytochemicals do away with cancer. They help us to prevent cancer in there. So these are a few things that probably we can talk about it for the day. I have closed on your microphone. Any question? I have closed. Any question? Any question? Any question? Yeah, Rejoice.
Thank you, sir. Please, mine is not a question, it's a request. The slide you gave us up to unit 3. So 4 and the rest was not given to us. Thank you.
No problem. It will come. Any question? Yes. There's a fear. Your hand. Hey, Mungaza. Any question? Or I should rather ask you a question.
Yes, please.
Exams and quizzes will ask you questions. Although let's keep our question for that. Since you don't have any questions, let me allow you to prepare for the next class. Those of you that I think I have class with you for. You are hungry. Come right? You are all hungry. Some of you can even you that you have mute yourself and your cameras cannot be seen. You can. Some of you have been eating. You don't know which Me that I can't even do that. I'm managing. Some people were grinding peppers. Me early morning like they are coming to eat banku. I hope it's not Ramatu the way she's laughing now. All right.
I think she's the one.
She's the one. Oh, okay. That is good. Next time you two, I'll be pounding fufu in front of you people. Okay. So without any question, I'll leave you. Tomorrow I have a class with you, and I have. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll talk about it. Either we will postpone our class to the evening time, or I don't know. Do you have any class in the evening tomorrow? Hello?
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay.
No, sir.
No.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going for some PLC workshop. So I don't know whether we should do our class when I get to my destination, because we will leave around 12 o'clock, and that is where I have class with you. So when I get to our departure place, and we are not moving early, we will have our class around 12. But if you are moving early, then I'll postpone it to around 6 or 6:30 in the evening. So I'll communicate that one to you before I depart. So that is the information. But you just have it in mind. If you don't hear anything from me tomorrow up to 12 o'clock, it means that you'll have the class. So if you will not have it, I'll communicate it to you on your platform. So just be alert on your various platforms. All right.
So please,
So
I have some. They should give us the correct link, because today some of us, we went to a different link. We were there for about 38 minutes, and later they gave us this link. So they should give us the correct.
Teresa, do you know
Yes,
something? All the link, I think by now, the link has been posted on your platform. Me, I have the link. So the links are many. So when you want to join the class, you open it and you look at where my name is. I think mostly the online, my name is the first one. Then you click on my link. If you go and click on different link, it is you. Because I'm told that by now every student is having all the link.
And we have it
on the platform every day. Sometimes I intentionally put it on the platform for you to get it. But under normal circumstances, you are supposed to have the link as PDF on your phone or on your laptop. So when it's your class, you just open it and look at where you belong. Then you click and enter.
Maybe today is the first time. That is the reason, because we were the only people there. No one was there after 38 minutes and over. So thank you very much. I'll look at where your name is. And
I hear, madam.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Hagar. The daughter of Abraham.
Sir, please, the slides, lecture 1 and 2, still some of us have not gotten them all.
It means that you are not part of our platform because I have posted them on our platforms. Are you part of any of the platforms?
Hey, please, what's the name of the platform? Because
Hey,
I just saw
Maybe I don't have say.
which centers are you?
Tamale.
Hazel way or so. Ours is Hazel way, but we have seen river, whatever. Is it
Ezra,
Riverside?
who is
Tamale
Ezra
Center,
here?
who is on Timbawe's platform? Tamale
Those that
Center.
I talked to,
We are here.
those that I talked to
Are you on
biochemistry.
Timbawe's platform by Biochem?
Biochemistry. I posted it.
No, I'm not there.
Okay, then I'll
I'm not
send
on
it
that
to you.
platform.
Madam Hager,
Tamale
I am.
Center.
So then find out.
Hello, Madam
Find out
Hager.
from
Yes, madam.
I am on the chemistry platform, so I will forward it to
Okay.
Catching.
Yeah.
Please, what about
Okay.
us?
so when you get
Hello,
there,
madam.
I
Not
want
all in the
listen. I want all of you to be part of the platform so that when I'm sending any information, all of you will get it.
Then please,
I can see that
we
Who
have
add us?
the link so that we can join.
I can, for now,
Hello.
check your phone. Tilly has just placed the link on our message section, the comment section. When you click on it, it will lead you to the platform. I said it last week. I don't want this thing to repeat next week again.
Okay. Thank you very
You don't
much.
have to wait. You don't have to wait for me to be online and come and complain that you are not part of the platform. Once you are not there, you know there is a platform. As a student, you have to find a way to get into the platform because some of your colleagues that you are at the center with are on the platform. So what is stopping you from trying to work on them and you come and discuss this thing on online? It is not nice.
Say we are sorry.
All right. So let me just leave you so that you can prepare for your next class. So
Thank
we'll
you
meet
very
tomorrow,
much.
God willing. All right.
God bless you. Thank you.
Have a good day. Who is
Same to
doing
you.
bye-bye? The Pepe people. The Pepe people are saying bye-bye. I'm not to the Pepe girl.
Hey, please, I wasn't the one. No, me, I ate rice.
So you said if we don't hear anything from you, it means that the time is still the same.
Maybe it says it.
May also say until can that then you maintain the time for the tomorrow's class.
Tomorrow's class has done what?
So see, you update us. Now we need to say and
Yes.
information behind it means that it's coming up.
If you don't hear any information, it means that it will come off. If you do not come off, I will communicate it on your platform. So tomorrow be attentive and be just looking at your platform. That is all.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Auntie Tilly. Bye. Madam Tilly.
Yes, maybe.
Please. Okay. Please, I'll meet you. I want to come to your GMN. Or should I call you? Okay.
Hello, my God,
Bueno.
Esse charge, àti sọ ọmọ rẹ. Temperature.
What's away now? When what's all microphone? Yeah.